All right. Hello and good morning to each and every one of you. It is time once again. Yes, it is. It's the weekly test Wednesday extravaganza. As I hide the show card here. And let me get the Lombard camera up before I forget. Yeah, before I forget to do so. And guess what? I didn't forget about Tom and Ben this time. I didn't forget about Tom and Ben this time. Because I pulled them up right before I hit the on button. How nice is that? Alright. So, we're going to get started here in just a minute. But first things first, we are going to take care of the Wordle for today. So, let me go and pull that up. And then in just a matter of minutes, we will be getting the letters for our for WMBS's word game for this week. So I'm going to be sure I have that ready. Just clear all this space off. There we go. It's not that. It's not swath either. South. As in southbound 294? No. Alright. Let's see. Let's try micro. Okay, we got the R in place. Oh. It was snore today. Well, I had one thing in mind, but I didn't want to mention it. And it was for good reason in one way or another. It was for good reason in one way or another. All right. So let's get WMBS on because it is just about time for the word game here. So we'll be getting the letters for the word game here in just a bit. But while we're waiting for that, let's go ahead and take a moment and discuss what happened last night after we ended our Roblox show. Well, did exactly what I was expecting to get done. I finished up the construction of the realignment of Interstate 256, which I've decided will be which is going to be extended, taking that new section where I was originally going to do Interstate 332, but then I ended up changing my mind. Yeah, the three game series for the Pirates. That's something I don't follow. And here comes an inbound Metra and Lombard. Yeah, we're at the tail end of the morning rush hour. Yeah, we're at the tail end of it. And then the Metro traffic will start to slow down for a bit. Well, for a while, actually. But then eventually, all the freights are then going to start. And then they're going to start clearing all the freights, and sending those down the line. So, but yeah, I've absolutely been enjoying Lombard so far. So after we get the letters for the word game this week, I'll talk about where the Minecraft project currently stands and what's next. And now, here we go with the word game.
We have 9, count them, 9 letters in this week's Name It and Claim It Scrambled word game. Listen up, listen close, listen carefully. Here they are. S as in slide. A as in amend. M as in mine. I as in inside. N as in north. C as in Carolina. U as in under. I as in indoors. And S as in Sam.
All right, let me make sure I got these letters correct.
S A M I N C U I and S. Those letters make up one word. You must use all the letters in your answer. No proper names.
No proper names, please. Exactly. Yep, no proper names, please. Exactly. That's exactly how any average word game would play out. So of course, as always, we'll see what kind of word we can make with those letters a bit later on in the show, as we usually do. All right. So, yeah, this is Drew's second week in the Sunshine State, and he'll be getting the morning and evening tests from Tampa. But I'm pretty sure he's going to be getting the evening tests by the time I run out the door for my evening class tonight, as it has been since the beginning of the spring semester. Which, yeah, I know it's disappointing, but we do have to make sacrifices for all this stuff. Oh, Piggy Pork Chop just uploaded the Amber Alert in the Washington D.C. area. I actually took a listen to that product briefly. It went out. When did that go out? 8:20 a.m. It went out at 8:20 this morning. So that was just before we started. And I also see Washington D.C. did their monthly test as well. Yeah, 2:43 a.m. was when they did their monthly. So yeah, 9:20 Eastern time. I was going by Central time. Yeah, for those of you who may be unaware. Yeah, I was just going by Central time for convenience sake. So, all right, now let's get to what else I was going to talk about here, as I see that intermodal that's been sitting there for a while is finally moving. All right, now what was I about to say? I was about to say exactly what happened last night following our Roblox show. And boy, let me tell you, I was just absolutely busy in terms of Minecraft stuff. So I finished up the extension, or what I've officially just decided will be an extension of Interstate 256, which currently only has 13 exits. So yeah, it's pretty short. So I've decided I'm going to extend it further by utilizing that whole new section that we were going to do Interstate 332 with. But I've decided that we're gonna reuse Interstate 256 in this case. Now, what I've just finished doing was a realignment project where I'm realigning Interstate 256, that original section, to move it a little bit further away from the riverfront, and instead of both being separate, oh, I forgot about this. There we go. All right. So yeah, I've realigned the roadway, but as I've also stated, we are going to get to the construction of the final 2 interchanges, as well as the paving and the signage, all on air. Yeah, all when we come on the air on Sunday for our Minecraft show, which seems to be a day that we usually do it. Now, in terms of what's left of this project, I can tell you that there actually is not that much left now that I spent like an extra half hour getting spent like an extra half hour getting the old section of 256 removed, and then of course followed by playing around with Phenomena 3 and then throwing a bunch of other clips into the mix too. And there's the 2 mid DPUs on that. Such a satisfying sound to me. Satisfying. But anyway, back to the Minecraft project. There actually is not too much left of it. We are now, and since I finished constructing the bridges, the spans, in fact, yesterday, which is why I didn't even air the new program showcase on time because I got so distracted by it rather than anything else. At this point, now all that's left to do is build the other 2 interstates, renumber Interstate 132 and 232's exits, and build the power line towers, and then that's it. And this project is totally done. So what I was thinking of doing on Thursday is, after I spend 2 hours catching up on my shows, as I know the season and what will probably be series finale of The Greatest Average American is on tonight on ABC. Hollywood Squares' season finale is also on tonight on CBS. And of course, Fox has their next edition of The Floor. I can't remember. Are we down to 76 or 75 people on that? I couldn't remember if there were 8 or 9. I can't remember if there were 8 or 9 duels last week. So, but regardless of how much happened last week, we're pretty much already a quarter of the way done with the floor. We're a quarter of the way done already. So that is pretty impressive. And I can't remember if I did the math. I think I remember if I was doing the math, it would take like only 10 weeks to get through the whole thing. But let me do the math again. So doing 8 per week. So yeah, I'd say like it would take, so yeah, exactly the math I was thinking. 10 weeks to get through this whole thing. So it's going to go through the summer, really. But hey, something else to enjoy on Wednesday night. What do you expect? So yeah, The Greatest Average American, Hollywood Squares, Flipside, and The Perfect Line on the U. And I can't forget about America. I almost forgot about mentioning America Says, but yeah, that. But regardless, it's going to take about 2 hours to get through all those shows. And then after those are done, then I will be caught up, and I'll be ready then to move on with again, back to the Minecraft project. Where, as I said, my focus mainly for Thursday is I'm going to build the 2 system interchanges at 167 and 230 and 256. Build the system interchanges there, as well as renumber the exits on 132 and 232. If time remains, I will get to the construction of the bridges that cross over the Kendall and Asante rivers, respectively, as well as the Gavin River. I'm not calling it Gavin Bay. I'm just calling it Gavin River because me being me. So those two interstates, those bridges, and renumbering the two exits are what I plan on doing on Thursday, starting probably following my lunch break on Thursday afternoon. And then when we come to the end of it, like after I get caught up on those shows, then it'll be after that where I'll be spending the rest of the afternoon getting, as I said, all that stuff done. The two interstates, the interchanges, and then I'll move that process over to my HP laptop to continue that while Backyard Baseball is airing. And this week, I can tell you, is actually going to be the last time we will have to do Backyard Baseball at 3 p.m. Yeah, this will be the last time we'll have to do Backyard Baseball at 3 p.m. Because next week we'll be back to 5 p.m. and it probably will be that way for the foreseeable. Pretty much it'll be that way for possibly the rest of the way. So we likely then will not have to alter that time slot going forward. So that actually could be this could be a very welcome change. But again, we will see what ends up happening afterwards. And then that means I would then be able to be here at home to finish up the seasons of both Scrabble and Trivial Pursuit on the CW. Great. The name, and yeah, as I've been talking about, just the name alone, the CW, that already is giving me sort of a visual clue as to what I could have seen on the network years ago. But I never got to see, and I'm rather disappointed about that, honestly. But yeah, going back to Thursday. So again, after I get caught up on those shows, I'll take care of the system interchanges, and I'll continue that process on another device while we air our Backyard Baseball game at 3 p.m. for the possibly last time. And then I'll head to my evening class that night, and then I will finish that, and then I'll finish up all this work following the following Scrabble and Trivial Pursuit. I believe I remember seeing that The Perfect Line is all new Thursday night too. So I'll probably save that for my lunch break on Friday, or I'll just take care of that night. And then once I get The Perfect Line taken care of, then I will. And then once I catch up enough on my shows that night, then I will come back to the Minecraft project and basically finish it up. So I'll spend the last 3 hours getting that all finished, including watching the Showcase Beatdown finale as officially confirmed on Monday night toward the end of Risky Picks, that Risky Pick live stream I was watching while we were off the air. So building the interchanges and the bridges, I think that might be as well as renumbering the exits. That probably is as far as I'm going to be able to go. And then when that is all done on Friday, I then plan on working on the power line towers. So essentially extending 3 power grid networks. So I'm going to be extending 3 power grid networks. 1 that connects to Dominoville, and 2 that will connect to Orlandville. So I'm going to be building those power line networks, and then after that is done, then that's it, really. Well, that's all the work really that I'll have to do off air. So then taking all of those other ones off the list, then really the only thing then that remains would be to just finish up those 2 interstates. building the interchanges at Interstate 167 and 67, and 256 and 56. And then, of course, the pavement, the signage, all that. And then once that is all taken care of, then that's it. Then that is it. This over year-long project would then finally be at its long-awaited completion. And it's honestly incredible how much work I've been able to do on this project in just over a year. In just over a year alone, it is absolutely incredible just to think about that. Yeah, just to think about that on its own alone, it's incredible how far I've gotten this project to go. And of course, I look forward to seeing it fully finished within the next few days. But now that we're halfway through week 14, the third to last week of this year's spring taping cycle, I've been able to get some more Big John's Wheel of Fortune episodes made, and of course I will continue that process tomorrow and Friday. And that process will also continue on, maybe it'll continue on Monday, but I'll probably halt production of that show so I could focus on the Travel Series remake project after afterward. So the plan then, after the Minecraft project is finished, here's what I was thinking. Depending on how long it takes us to get through the project on Sunday, when we are on the air for our Minecraft show, once we finish those last two pieces, once we get those last two parts finished, we will just end the Minecraft show right then and there. And I was thinking we'll just go ahead and do the final project for my one of my college classes on air. So then on Monday, I can just get started. So then Monday of next week, when we start week 15, I can then pretty much just begin production of the Travel Series remake, which is really the whole reason why I wanted to do this massive project in the first place. Yeah, to begin with, honestly. Yeah, in all honesty. So, now pretty much this is like the time to plan stuff out. So instead of just grabbing those two outdated virtual machines, I do know the process of importing them and sending them up is going to be quicker. Personally, I prefer just grabbing the latest versions of both of the operating systems directly from Microsoft's website, because those contain all the latest security updates and everything like that. Now, if I go to my college stuff here, server, and it's this document right here. It said do server 2025, but as far as I've been told, the newer version of Windows Server doesn't have the functionality that this project requires us to do. Which is to join a Linux server to an Azure domain. Yeah, the Linux server VM I am going to have to grab. And also I'd like to grab the server 2022 virtual machine as well, because that's actually a pre-activated copy, interestingly enough. So I'll probably just... So maybe if I want to implement a server, because of how crazy I am, at some point in the future I'll have that, with me for, reference, because I want to make sure I have all this you know, before I lose access to all those virtual machines once I finish up college. So there's that Ubuntu ISO. I don't think I'm gonna need it because I have all those snapshots and backups and everything. And there's some other stuff that's been sitting here for quite some time. What's this one? Oh, that's the Pokemon Learning League flash files. I'm just seeing what else there is I can. Yeah, just seeing what else there is I can. Yeah, see how much space I can free up. Yeah, just look here and see how much space I can free up. Okay, so yeah, I was thinking Friday after I take care of the power line towers, I'll get those 2 virtual machines set up, and that process will likely continue on air while we do our fun and game show, or our fun night show that night, or I could just save it for Sunday, depending on how quick it gets, and then I'll probably just work on the whole thing. I'll do what we can on air, and then I'll just do the rest of it off the air. So, yeah, then I'll just do the rest of the work of that project off air. That's a little early for him to. That's a little early for Southern PA to be live. It's only like what, 10 o'clock Eastern time. That's interesting. I don't know why. I don't know why he's live this early, because I know he usually goes live like halfway, about 30 minutes before 11 a.m. Eastern time. So, all right. So now I'm gonna go ahead and make some adjustments, as in putting in the Eastern Seaboard. And as far as I know, Dallas actually did not make their test up last week. They didn't even find a time at all to do that. There were quite a few who had to make their test up, but this week I do not think there's going to be barely postponements, if any at all.
The preceding tones heard were a test of the emergency alert system for the WHUA listening area. Equipment that can quickly warn you during emergencies.
This is a required weekly test of the emergency alert system for internet radio station ER and CRTV. CRTV conducts a test every Wednesday morning at 8 a.m. Mountain Time, with an optional second test at random times throughout the week. This concludes this required weekly test of the emergency alert system.
So, yeah, there's both of them. And pretty much for this course project, you're looking at the information. It is actually quite simple. It's just set up some group policies and a Active Directory domain, join a Windows 11 PC to that, and then join the Linux server to the domain. Now, I can't remember if that's something we got to. I don't think that's something we've gotten to yet. Not getting to that this week, but like I said, I'll get the. It'll probably be next week then. So maybe as such, if the class next week is going to be on joining the Ubuntu server to a domain, or an Active Directory domain, then I will probably just I'll probably just do what I can of the Windows part, and then do the Linux part when the time comes. I think that's a better idea.
For stations KEC 61 Mobile, KEC 86 Milton, WWF 55 Jackson, KIH 69 Dillister, WNG 64
Metro again.
WNG 640 Lakesville, and WNG 607 Greenville. During potentially dangerous weather situations, specially built receivers can be automatically activated to warn of the impending hazard. Tests of the signal and your receiver's performance are normally conducted by the National Weather Service between 9 and 10 a.m. and between 6 and 8 p.m. each Wednesday. If there is a threat of or existing severe weather within the area Wednesday, the test will be postponed until the next available good weather day. Reception of this broadcast, and especially the warning alarm, will vary at any given location. This variability, which is normally more noticeable at greater distances from the transmitter, can occur even if you are using a good quality receiver, which is in good working order. The warning alarm will be activated for hazardous watches and warnings, which affect the following counties: in Mississippi, George, Greene, Jackson, Perry, Stone, and Wayne. In Alabama, Baldwin, Butler, Choctaw, Clark, Coffee, Seneca, Covington, Crenshaw, Escambia, Geneva, Lowndes, Mobile, Monroe, Pike, Washington, and Wilcox. And in the Florida Panhandle, Escambia, Okaloosa, Santa Rosa, and Walton. This has been a test of the NOAA Weather Radio Warning Alarm device. You're listening to NOAA Weather Radio All Hazards, Station KEV 66 in Galesburg.
Yeah, Lincoln's talking about the severe weather potential. Well, there's only a marginal risk, so I don't think it'll be that significant. But let's see. I think that was everything I had to talk about. Like what, the Minecraft project and well, yeah. So again, this week I'll be focused on getting the Minecraft project absolutely finalized. So that's what I'll be focusing on this week. Yes, so that's what I'm going to be focusing on all this week. You know, what I'll be focusing on all this week, getting it totally finished. So Thursday and Friday will be the days I'll be working on it more, and then Sunday is when we are going to be putting the nail in the coffin on it on air. And then when that's totally completed, then yeah, then Monday we can just get started with the travel series remake. We can just get started on that on Monday. And then after that's done, I'll work on the Connie Request episode, which will go up on the 16th. And that episode, I've decided officially, is going to... because that episode is going to be 2 months since we lost Weather Radio Canada. So I was thinking, let's do every Canada county in remembrance of Weather Radio Canada's 50 years of service to its home country. So I have to say, it did not deserve the fate it got. But of course, times change, and as I've talked about, I was thinking that maybe the way weather radios in Canada, it doesn't really integrate well with radio stations there, because their alert system mainly is alert ready. It doesn't use the same system like we do here in the States, which is why no weather radio is going to continue for the foreseeable future. So, with Weather Radio Canada gone, I mean, the whole reason why No Weather Radio is here and will continue to be here is because of its wide use on radio and television stations. Well, really to broadcast important weather information. You know, like for instance, WCIU when they relayed that tornado warning. In fact, I don't know if I mentioned this. I can't remember if I mentioned it, but I found out that WCIU was the station where I could have seen Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh back in the early 2000s, if that's anything special. All right, now before we actually get this set here, I'm gonna go ahead and make some more changes to the document here. Now that we have the updated, document, updated Outlook potentials. So I'm gonna add Green Bay and Lincoln onto this list. Oh wait, wrong document. There we go. So I'm gonna add Lincoln to the list as well. That is for Thursday. Oh, and Milwaukee too. They're also in the marginal. And this is for Thursday, by the way. So I'm gonna also add Milwaukee. Such a shame Wisconsin didn't get to do their Severe Weather Awareness Week drill this year, like Missouri, but of course there was a big reason for that. There was a severe weather event that there were a bunch of tornadoes across the state earlier that week, and the emergency management wanted to prioritize recovery and damage estimation over, educating the public on tornado safety, which that priority comes first. Just estimating the cost of the damage and doing damage surveys and everything like that. So they prioritized that, which is why the drill did not happen this year. I was going to get the Milwaukee weekly test along with the drill originally, but then I ended up changing my mind after finding out that Wisconsin's drill was canceled. All right, so now I'm getting Friday's Outlook ready. So pretty much now this is the beginning of a multi-day event. So of course I'm starting with slight and working down the line. And then Norman, Oklahoma, right there. Okay, I believe Fort Worth is in the slight risk too. And of course, I'll be readjusting all of this the day of. All right, and then Memphis. Oh, there shouldn't be the apostrophe after that. There we go. And then Huntsville. And then Nashville. And then Louisville, Kentucky. And let's go ahead and get St. Louis while it's right here. And then Paducah is the last one. Okay. All right, so that's Friday's risk ready to go. But then looking at day 4, yeah, we have a 30 now, so we're looking at an enhanced risk. And this, we're looking at yet another enhanced. Oh, okay. So we got 2 days worth of enhanced risks. But of course, good thing I don't do. Good thing I don't catch all this national stuff anymore. So, which is why we're getting through all of this so quickly. And honestly, I have to say, my day-to-day life has changed a lot since I made. Has really changed a lot since I made this. Since I made that change. It's basically goes to show how significant it is. I'm not going to put the marginal risks in there, most likely because I don't expect anything out of it. So, but as I have mentioned previously, marginal is a marginal. You never know what you're going to get. You might get something, you might not get anything at all. So, really a marginal is just a 50-50. So, so I bet in that case, everybody in that risk area is still gonna do their test. Well, I was actually quite surprised because, well, for those of you who did not, who did not see last week, who were not with us for last week's show, there was a slight risk for, let's see, Indiana, Ohio, Illinois was part, the Chicago area was part of it, Lincoln was in the slight risk area, Indianapolis, I believe, was in the heart of it. But all in all, there were a lot of offices that were in the slight risk area. Northern Indiana, Cleveland, Detroit, Grand Rapids, Chicago was one of them, Indianapolis, and Pittsburgh. Just to name and Wilmington, Ohio, just to name a few. But other than NWS Wilmington, who tests in any risk as long as there is no severe weather occurring at the present moment, Northern Indiana, Lincoln, Grand Rapids, Indianapolis, Cleveland, and Pittsburgh all went for it. All decided to go for it and get their test done before the severe weather event happened, because that event wouldn't happen until later in the afternoon. So, yeah, I used to be picky about that previously, but not anymore, and I'm glad I've changed in that sense. I'm very glad I've changed in that sense, in one way or another. But all right, so that is all set. The Wednesday tests are all set to go. Just making sure I have enough names for Wheel of Fortune, or that might be something I do on Sunday night after we're done. Pull down some more names for the thing here. But now let's go ahead and talk about where today's show is heading. Well, of course, we're going to go through the usual weeklies here in just a few minutes. That, of course, then will be followed by our usual games. Wheel of Fortune, Super Deluxe, Monopoly, Hyperbole, all that stuff. And then we'll see what kind of stuff we can put Tom and Ben through. Now, I have a few audio recordings that... what did we put Tom and Ben through last week? I couldn't remember what it was. Oh, yeah, it was the one where I was... Oh, it was the one where the line from that Friday show when we were in the Lawn of Oaks, I think was the last one. Yeah, it was like one of the last. It was actually the Friday show we did that week there, where I had Make the Grade, Press Your Luck, Hollywood Squares, and Yu-Gi-Oh! All running at once. Yeah, running multiple games at the same time over 2 virtual machines, and it was crazy. And I have a few other recordings that I want to play around with too. One of which being a Kids WB promo, and basically a few other ones too. I mean, there's quite a few of them. It's gonna take us a while to get through. It's gonna take a while to get through all of them. And it's gonna take us a while to get through all of this, but we will get through all these recording all the stuff for Tom and Ben in one way or another. So I'll see what's on my mind today, and then I think I have one idea. Yeah, I think I've got one idea I'd like to try. I'd like to try to do. What's this button here? Disable monitoring. I guess that's a new feature. I guess that is a new feature here. So interesting. All right. So yeah, of course that's the first part with the games and Tom and Ben. And then of course when I get back tonight, depending on how long my evening class takes, we'll watch The Floor on Fox off camera, that is. And then when that's done, then of course, if Brendan is up for Deal or No Deal, which from the dates I've looked at, yeah, we are well overdue for another. We are well overdue for another Deal or No Deal episode. So if Brendan's up for it tonight, then we will do it tonight. But if not, then I was thinking we can just maybe continue with the eBay scavenger hunt, which we'll get to depending on how much time is left after we take care of the word game following The Floor. That is if we even get to it. And then what? But if we don't get to The Floor tonight, I'll probably take care of it on my own, then just leave it for my parents afterwards. Just for convenience sake. Well, for my convenience. So, and of course we'll play Yahtzee at the end of this, and then I guess that's the end of it. And then the Lembine's probably gonna call me when while I'm in the middle of going crazy with Duel Madness, Face Up, Face Down, and whatever else I want to play around with tonight. Because I didn't get a chance to do it the last couple nights because of that Minecraft project. So, yeah, that's what today's schedule looks like as we await the start of all this. So, yeah, that's what today's schedule looks like. But then let's go back to the schedule. I'll sort of reiterate it here in a shorter form. So tomorrow, depending on if we don't get The Floor taken care of, then I'll very likely then it would probably be just me and my father, and I'll just save it for I don't know. So I'd probably just take care of it on my own, or maybe that might be something that we will be taking care of over the week, or that might actually be a weekend thing, a thing that we take care of over the weekend. Well, for some other circumstances that I was informed of last night, but I am not going to go into detail on that. I wanna keep that off air as much as possible. But we'll see how tonight plays out, and then we'll go from there. Whether or not I'll get to see The Floor on the same night that it airs or not. Whether I'll get to see it on the same night it airs or not. But we will wait and see on that. So, back to the Minecraft thing. So like I said, once I get the shows taken care of, I'm going to build the system interchanges with 167 and 256, and then renumber the exits on 2 of those roads, build those river bridges if there's time, and then when that's done, then pretty much Friday I can just work on the power line towers. That's what I'll be working on Friday, getting those power line towers constructed. And once those are built, then I'll just save the then I will just save the interchanges for the last two interchanges for when we go on the air on Sunday. So pretty much you will get to see the project finished off live on the air. So this is going to be very exciting. You get to see the final pieces of this project put together, and we'll be completing, and then we will have this massive project finally finished after so long. And then, depending on how much time remains afterward, when we get this project finished, we will. At this point, we will just pretty much start the. We will pretty much then just start the. We will then pretty much just end the Minecraft show right then and there, because I don't want to start any other projects when that is totally finished. So I was thinking, then we can just take care of that server project on air. Well, pretty much what I'll do is I'll just talk about. I'll just basically explain what's going on behind the scenes, actually. So I'll basically explain what's going on behind the scenes. So, like, I'm not going to go into exact detail. I'm just going to explain what's going on behind the scenes. And then depending on how far we get with that project, I'm probably gonna get the far as the Windows stuff, but then I'm gonna wait and see on the Linux server part probably until Monday, then, which actually Monday will be the day that I start production on the Trials series remake. So maybe while those virtual machines are getting set up, if I end up doing the setup on that very same day, then what I'll do is, while they're setting up, I'll just get the interstate directions, all set up so I can start recording the episodes. So what I was thinking is, for recording, I'll probably just probably have a wheel or something, and I'll just have it pick a random route. I'll just have it pick a random interstate on the list, and then and then we'll just do that route from there. That process would continue for a couple days, and Monday night too. It'll actually continue through Monday night. So even while Risky Pick is airing, while I'm watching the Risky Pick live stream. So pretty much I'll be recording this for a while. And then once this is done, then I'll move on to making the county request episode. That probably wouldn't come until that Thursday. And then when that is all said and done, then I'll get started on editing the Trial Series episodes. I'll get started on editing those episodes. And plus, I was thinking about something else last night, too, that I didn't get to mention. Now, remember when I said about the issues that we had with the first season of Play 9? Now, I was thinking, the original plan was we were going to try to separate the music from the voiceovers, but unfortunately, that did not end up doing any good. So, my new plan then was to just plaster everything over completely with some music. So I'll just have music plaster over the whole entire episode completely. So we can get the episode we can get these 8 episodes onto Plainfield TV. So yeah, because I don't want to air them in their original form. So, and I actually will be adding for these episodes, I will be adding a disclaimer that the voiceover was removed, which I know is a shame when it comes to
Test of the public warning system
a
on
show
weather radio
like
station
this,
West
but
G522 in Palatka.
there was a good
During
reason as to
potentially
why the
dangerous weather
voiceovers was
situations,
removed in the first
special belt
place.
receivers can be automatically activated by the signal to warn of the impending hazard.
Ooh, another freight just showed up,
Tests of the signal
but
and
it looks like
receiver's
it's going to wait for
performance
signal
are normally
clearance.
conducted by the National Weather Service between 10 a.m. and noon each Wednesday. If there is a possibility of severe weather, the test will be postponed to the next available good weather day. Reception of this broadcast, and especially the warning alarm tone, will vary at any given location. This variability, normally more noticeable at greater distances from the transmitter, can occur even though you are using a good quality receiver in good working order. The warning alarm tone will be activated for hazardous watches and warnings for the following Florida counties: Clay, Flagler, Putnam, and St. John's.
And that's as far as I'm letting it go, because the rest of it is about, the usual stuff. So, once the Travel Series project has been fully edited, well, in fact, there's actually going to be times where I may not be able to, do editing at all. It'll depend on how fast it goes, because as far as I know, the 4th through the 9th is going to be my finals week. We'll pretty much be getting the final exams for all three of my classes. So I'm just gonna. So I was thinking I could split the final exams over, like one exam each day. So like I'll do one of the final exams first thing, and then get to work on the Travel Series remake editing portion after that. And then as soon as that's done, well, pretty much that process will just continue for 3 days, except for Wednesday, of course. So pretty much it'll be do one of the final exams, then edit the Travel Series remake, then the next day, same thing. Another final exam, then another session of editing. And then Thursday, one more final exam, and then edit the episodes again. Then Friday, that process will continue through the 8th. So May 4th through May 8th, essentially, is the time span we're looking at. Now, I would like to have this done by May 8th. Well, May 15th, I'd like to have all this done. But if I have to add another week in terms of editing, I certainly will. I mean, the spring taping cycle doesn't conclude until May 15th, so I could spend May 11th getting more of the Travel Series remake finalized. And then after that's done, I'll just maybe shuffle the episodes around. Like I'll probably just go in a specific order, starting with the shortest and ending with the longest episode on the list. Actually, one more thing. Hold up, just one moment. All right, that's taken care of. Let me get back to what I was saying just a moment ago. So I was saying that in terms of the editing process, I'm going to start with the shortest interstate and then end with the longest. Now, in terms of the soundtrack I'm going to be using, well, of course, you know what soundtrack I'm going to use. The songs from my radio station, except I will just be looking at which ones, not to include, because I don't want any copyright claims on any of it. So I'm just gonna pick the ones. I'll just make sure to pick songs that don't have anything related to it. And then of course I'll just put each one in a pool. Pretty much I'll just be picking them at random, as I put the songs in on the episodes. So I was thinking I'll start with the shortest interstate and then go on to some of the more longer ones, or I'll just pick them at random. I'll probably just get the shortest one done first. I'll probably just start by doing the shortest interstate on the list. So yeah, I'll start by doing the shortest interstate on the list and then do the longest one at the end. So that's what I was thinking of doing for this construction endeavor of a project. As I said, I hope to have the editing process of that complete by May 15th. That's what I'm hoping for. Oh, and by the way, based on that my graduation ceremony is going to be on that night, and I'm pretty sure we're going to want to take care of Celebrity Jeopardy afterwards. And I'm going to most likely miss Jeopardy and Wheel of Fortune, because that's going to be in the afternoon, and ceremony isn't doesn't start till 4, so as far as I know, as far as I understand. So as a result, I have decided that May 15th we will not be doing our Friday Fun Night show that week. So once again, May 15th, do not expect us to come on the air. We are not doing our Friday Fun Night show that week. And no, we're not doing our Weekend Fun and Games show on Saturday either. Well, mostly. Well, most of it, really. Because May 16th is when I'm going to be back in Rochelle. So that's what I'm looking forward to. I'm getting excited. Every time I think about Rochelle, I'm just getting so excited about it. I'm getting so excited about Rochelle. I've been wanting to go back, almost for a long time. I went back in 24, came back again in 25, and now I'm looking forward to coming back in 26. I'm getting excited. I'm just excited about it, but of course, I can be patient. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to going back to Rochelle, but then I don't know what the dinner place we're going to be going to will be this time. I can't remember where we went to. I can't remember what. I can't remember where we went to the last time. I know it was somewhere in Oswego. That's all I know. Now, what was that place in question? I think it was no, it wasn't Lakeview Grill. Lula's, no, it wasn't that place. It wasn't Eldamain. It wasn't near there. It was Route 47? Sunfields? No. Near the Salerno's restaurant. Yeah, let me see if I wasn't Crafted. Station 1. think it was a little bit down the line, but because then I remember we went. Let's see, it wasn't Station 1. I know that. China Garden. Yeah, I'm drawing a blank on the name, but pretty much that's the whole idea, pretty much. So, but who knows where I'll end up this year afterwards? But again, we'll wait and see. So once again, May 15th is when I hope to have this Travel Series remake editing thing fully done. So I'll probably just do the recording over multiple days. We won't resume Minecraft construction projects until after that is done. So I actually might continue that process into Sunday, perhaps, depending on how much is left. So, and if I have to get up early on Monday just to allow myself enough time to get it done, I will be more than happy to. Which actually is what I'm looking to do. And then, yeah, I think the recording should just take that whole week. So, considering it's going to take a while to get through each and every route. So, and then again, May 15th is when I hope to have this finished. So, of course, May 15th, no Friday show. May 16th, no Saturday show. Well, for the most part, but we're still going to do the... But, of course, we're still going to do the random character extravaganza and Yu-Gi-Oh! On that Saturday night, as we usually do. We'll probably start with the random character, or we actually might start with Yu-Gi-Oh! And then we'll do the random character extravaganza after that. So, yeah, that's what the plan looks like as of right now for that. And then after that, that sort of marks the unofficial beginning of our summer season. Although the summer season doesn't officially begin for another 2 weeks after that. So once that Travel Series remake and the Kai Request episode are both fully done, then pretty much you can just move on with the it's just taping Sorry and Big John's Wheel of Fortune episodes. That's really all it is. So we're just going to be taping episodes of both shows, and that's really it. So just those 2 shows and nothing more. And then June 1st, that's when everything else is going to premiere. So June 1st is when everything else is going to premiere. And that will mark the beginning of our summer season. Now, I've actually been debating a little bit as to whether I'd like to, whether or not I want to make a poll in my community section, because I was thinking about hearing viewers' feedback as to whether or not they want the live stream format to continue for season 4 of Downers Grove. You know, when we do the Downers Grove Real Fanning series. And when we do the Downers Grove Real Fanning series this year. I mean, I was thinking I want to hear their feedback as to whether or not they want the live stream format to continue for season 4. But if not, I'll just do the standard recording and, you know, whatnot, and then just put them all in a compilation. I think doing the recording, honestly, is better. Because I saw a lot of the things in the live stream format were cut off. But I have to say the live stream format, that was quite a trial run, but I don't think it would work out best in the long term. So I'll probably just do the recording format, but I was thinking I'll let my subscribers decide yeah, I'll let my 830 something subscribers decide whether they want to see the live stream format again or not. So, but it's not going to be anything. It's not going to be anything exciting or special or something like that. It's not going to be anything like that, really. So, yeah, that's what I'm thinking at this point. Is to how I'd like to, do this upcoming season. And of course, for the summer lineup, well, plain and simple. If you see a Downers Grove episode, I was there. If not, I was here recording Big John's and Sorry episodes the whole entire day. And then when I come back from, and then of course, June 27th through July 5th will be our hiatus, meaning we won't be taping anything at all. Well, it's for our annual summer trip, that is, which I've been thinking about. I've been thinking about it for so many nights. Probably the plan of it has pretty much been engraved into my mind, alongside all 50 million other things that I've got laying around, honestly. So yeah, June 27th through July 5th will be our hiatus. We won't be taping anything. Tapings will then resume on July 6th, and then there's going to be that 1 week in July, I believe, where we won't be taping. Well, we'll just be taping episodes of both Sorry and Big John's Wheel of Fortune for the whole entire week. And then when we get to August, that's going to be when I'm going to put together the intro sequences for 2026, for Christmas 2026 and 2027. And also, depending on where the votes currently stand, once I get the Travel Series episodes fully edited, as well as fixing those episodes of Plane 9, I forgot about that. After I get all of those taken care, oh yeah, and also I got to fix Interstate 55. I got to fix that episode of 55 because I noticed there was a slight error. Well, that I'm gonna fix as well. So I'll probably I did put that as a reminder somewhere. So after I edit those Travel Series episodes, I'll fix the 8 Play 9 episodes, and so we can allow them to air on Playfield TV. I'll also fix the I-55 Street View remake. That will go up later in May, following the conclusion of the big numbers. And depending on the demand for the live stream format, I'll make the Season 4 intro. The intro for Downers Grove Season 4. The intro for Season 4 of that. We'll see how it goes. I'm looking forward to, again, I'm thinking about it. So I've got a few more days left to decide whether or not I'd like that poll to go up. But, of course, yeah, me being me, of course, it's our subscribers that makes the choice. But as for our weekend fun game show this week, it will go on as normal. However, I did hear we'd be going out for dinner on Saturday night, so we'll just do what we did. We'll do what we did previously, which was simulcast the Weather Scan Network while I'm gone, and then continue the show after that. So, and then I heard the following weekend's going to be quite busy, so we'll again simulcast the Weather Scan Network like before, and then I guess we'll see what the plans are, and we'll see if we have to sacrifice anything, if we have to. So, yeah, and then the first part of the fall taping cycle, I'll just calculate the number of Sorry episodes and Wheel of Fortune episodes that we have to put together, or maybe perhaps that process I could actually do over the summer. But, well, wait, I have to make the intro first for 2027. Oh yeah, the season 3 highlight reel. I haven't even made the season 3 highlight reel yet. I usually do that around May or so. So yeah, there's gonna be a lot of things I'm gonna be making here. The Trial Series remake, the season 3 highlight reel of Downers Grove, like I usually do every year. The 8 episodes of Play 9 to fix Live 55, and the Downers Grove season 4 intro. Lots of things, really. So, but like I said, that process could continue through those 2 weeks. But again, once they're all done, then that's it. Then it's back to Sorry and back to Wheel of Fortune. And then we'll pretty much be situated for the summer season. And of course, during the first part of the fall, I'll put together all the Sorry and Wheel of Fortune episodes, rendering each and every one of them. And then once that's all done, then of course, when we get to the second half, we'll move on to taping the Power Yahtzee Do or No Deal Jackpot miniseries, along with possibly the second season of Fifth Grader, the second half of it. So, well, it'll depend. It'll depend on how things play out. Now, in terms of a schedule for that, I haven't decided. And then when we get to the spring taping cycle, I'll be taping two shows that will be taking the time slot of Fifth Grader. It will serve as Fifth Grader's replacement following the conclusion of that show. And then following that, along with that, I'll be taping Play 9's second season. I'll also be recording a separate independent series, or sort of a spin-off series of Play 9. Well, basically, it'll be Play 9, but in a shorter format. I just want to make sure that I get the second season right before I do anything. I just want to be sure that I get the second season totally correct before I do anything else. So, just before I do anything else. So I was thinking I'll probably just mute the music completely and just have one of my soundtracks playing in the background. Playing in the background instead. Which I think is a better idea, honestly. But we'll see how that plays out. And then after that, but yeah, really that's what the fall looks like. So it's going to be a jam-packed fall lineup. It is going to be a jam-packed spring lineup next year, and I'll probably do it in the same style as we did this year. You know, where I'll just do one taping of shows per week. So, you know, like for instance, I'll just do one show and then do another show another day, and then another day do another show, and you know, so on and so forth. But most likely I do the tapings of Play 9 on Friday again, and then Monday I'll probably just do the Play 4 miniseries, and then some other things afterwards. So, but of course I'll take a look at the schedule, and of course when I make the intros and outro sequences, I've got to make sure everything is correct, and make sure it's not going to give us any problems, especially for that one show that I want to do. So, I just want to make sure that that everything's being done right and whatnot. So, yeah, I just want to make sure that everything's being done correctly, and so yeah, I just want to make sure that the sequence as it is not going to give us any issues. So yeah. That's what next year's spring taping cycle looks like as of right now. But with my upcoming job, that is probably going to hinder our ability to do these programs. But we will find out. But of course, if I have to change anything with the spring taping cycle for next year, of course, I'll let you all know as we get closer. All right, so with that being said, I see we have less than 10 minutes left before the main section starts. So, let me go ahead and put the. I'm gonna keep the. I already have the logger on screen. Technically, I'll just have the remote connection open, so I can just look at the logger as everything's logging and whatnot. All right, so now to pull up some stations here. Albany usually goes at 07. All right, so Boston, Pittsburgh, Charleston, Newport, oh yeah, Binghamton, New York, Buffalo right here. There we go. And then Cleveland, Ohio. Does Tampa work? It does, but there's no sound.
Sunday and Sunday night.
All right. So I will switch out. I will go ahead then and switch out Tampa with Sumterville. Or you know what? Let's just do Largo instead. Let me make sure that that even works first and foremost.
Thursday night.
It does. All right. And then Orlando.
Southeast.
Yep, that works. And then Miami. And then whatever else here. I'll just leave this one blank for now. And then I'll decide what to fit in here later. All right. At this point, then, let's take one last check and make sure that everything works. Let's take one last check and make sure everything works. Let me see if this one is working.
The all-new Whoop is...
Yep, looks like it's working. Yep, because I heard a station ID. Oh, this one we don't even hear the message. Oh, this is the one where we don't even hear the message at all. So, is Angola back up? Nope, it is still off the air.
Southwind.
I see South Bend is working. Okay, so in that case, let's do South Bend instead. Yes, in that case, let's do South Bend instead of LaPorte this week. What was the ID for LaPorte again? 46678. Okay. All right, so we're gonna switch this out. Okay, make sure everything else is good. Looks like we're set. All right, let's reset it. And then we will get this show on the road. Yep, it says 10:56 when it was reset. All right, perfect. Everything's in there, and we are ready to roll. I see Radio Frenzy's getting caught up with everything. Got the KK Weekly along with the New Jersey Monthly Test. So, yeah, you got the KK Weekly as well. You know what? I should have used his STR instead. I should have done his STR. But even then, that's something that I can't control, unlike the other ones that we usually do. So, So, yeah, at this point, that's really everything here. So, let's go ahead and I'll go ahead and silence Tom and Ben for a while. I know Radio Frenzy will be starting his stream in a few moments, so we'll watch it on his side. So all in all, that's really everything that I have to state about the. That's really everything I have to state about where the spring taping cycle currently is and where it is headed as we are now down to the final 2 weeks before this taping cycle is all over with. All right, so let's go ahead and start everything up. Oh, and of course, before I forget, I gotta put the display on the screen so you can see. You can see everything as it's going on. I think the rest of them might have ended up being private afterwards. So. All right. We just hit 10 a.m. Who will be the first to go? So who will be the first one to send out the RWT? And it's going to be Newport. Here's Puerto Rico. And WYCA as well. And there's Louisville.
This was a test of this international emergency. A message would have immediately followed the alert tone. The Luftwaffe owns a gun.
Wow, Detroit, you're fast.
Potential dangerous weather situations, specially built receivers will be automatically activated. activated by the signal to warn of the impending hazard. Sky tests of the signal and receiver's performance are normally conducted each Wednesday between the hours of 11 a.m. and 1 p.m. An emergency alert. If there is a threat of severe weather, the test will be postponed to the next available good weather day. Reception of this broadcast, and especially the warning alarm, will vary at any given location. This variability, normally noticeable
And
at
there's
greater
Raleigh.
distances from the transmitter, can occur even though you are using a good quality receiver in good working order. To provide the most consistent and dependable warning service possible, the warning alarm
Buffalo.
will be activated for watches and warnings affecting only the following features. Situations and other emergencies, professional receivers are automatically activated to warn of the impending hazard. Includes the test of NOAA weather radio station KE6053. We now return to the normal broadcast. The preceding signal was a test of the weather radio warning system. During potentially dangerous weather situations, specially built receivers can be automatically activated by the signal to warn of the warning against weather or other hazard. Tests of the signal and receiver's performance are normally conducted.
And there's Tampa.
If there is a threat of severe weather, the test will be postponed to the next available good weather day. Reception of the broadcast and the warning alarm will vary at any given location. This variability, normally more noticeable at greater distances from the transmitter, can occur even though you are using a good quality receiver in perfect working order. To provide the most consistent and dependable warning service possible, the warning alarm will be activated for transmitting
New York.
warnings for the following counties. KEP98 Buffalo and WFHE32 Mill Valley, the counties of Allegheny, Cattaraugus, Chicago,
Morristown.
Tennessee, Iowa, Orleans, and Wyoming. KH52 Rochester, the counties of Cayuga, Genesee, Livingston, Monroe, Ontario, Orleans, Utica, Wayne, Wyoming, and Gibson. WNG warning for the following counties earlier special extra for North Carolina, Watertown, warning the counties of Michigan,
And there's Binghamton.
To provide the most consistent and dependable warning service possible, the warning alarm will be activated for hazardous watches and warnings for the following counties in southeast New York, Bucks, Queens, Nassau, New York, Orange, Brunswick, Queens, Albany, Rockland, Suffolk, and Worcester, northern and central Virginia, Bergen, Essex, Hampshire, Middlesex, Monmouth, Morristown, Framingham, Camden, and Warren, and southwest Connecticut, and Northwest. Once again, this was only a test. The weather radio alerting system is tested weekly. It's normally conducted between 11 a.m. and noon each Wednesday broadcast. If there is an ongoing weather event, the test may be postponed to the next available good weather day.
There's Paducah. And Indianapolis.
Your radio is located 34 more miles from the broadcast antenna for the signal is partially lost by hill or building. If your radio is not reacting to this test, or the voice on the radio is not clear, you can try relocating the radio to another route from northeast Central New York. Signal filtering weather event. Weather radio receivers will be activated broadcast WX states a message to you on or one systems are normally connected by a neutral a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. The most consistent weather continual warning service possible. Warning of all people related to thermal watches and warnings. From the northern Charles and southeast North Carolina and later. Even though very clean, good quality reviews are in good working order. And a test of the weather one watches warnings for the following subjects in Indiana: Lawrenceburg, Decatur, Delaware, Hamilton, Kinkoss, Hendricks, Henry, Johnson, Madison, Marion, Morgan, Rush, Shelby, and Tipton. This concludes the weekly test of weather radio station KHC 74.
Yep, next week all they'll get is the morning test, not the evening one. Yep, here goes Boston. I just saw the... Yep, here goes Boston.
In Concord, cloudy.
And I might want to get State College ready, because that's going to be happening soon as well. As well as Grand Rapids.
This has been a test of the NOAA radio phone and SAME alert systems. This test is conducted each Wednesday at 11 a.m. Specially programmed receivers are alerted for specific watches, warnings,
That's
and
the other
advisories.
Paducah.
In the event that severe weather is expected on Wednesday, or there is inclement weather, the test is postponed to the next fair weather day. This concludes this test of the NOAA radio and SAME alert systems.
Tonight, northeast winds around 5 knots moving southeast in the late evening and overnight.
And I think I see why,
Waves less than 1 foot. Hello there. Thursday.
I see Radio Frenzy is going to start his stream now.
Mostly sunny.
Yep, Radio Frenzy just started his.
Or less. Thursday night.
So we'll join him then.
10 to 20 knots.
Alright, we are waiting now for State College and Grand Rapids,
15 to 20 knots.
both of which should go here in the next few minutes.
Rain showers and a chance of thunderstorms. Waves
Yeah.
around 2 feet. Saturday. Winds 15 to 20 knots.
Well, having a much better start to the morning today after a rough day yesterday. There are a lot of reasons, but I won't go into. I'm not going to go into detail exactly.
Thanks for listening to NOAA Weather Radio Station WR34 in Plainville.
We should be hearing from State College any moment now. And here goes Albany, New York.
Conditions around the area at 10 a.m. At Kalamazoo, it was sunny. The temperature was 59 degrees, the dew point 56, and the relative humidity was NOAA radio warning alert for WR34 controlling. The following days in New York City, temperatures were clear and 64 degrees. Saratoga, sunny and cloudy, Green, and Columbia counties.
This has been an alarm test. And here goes State College.
This is the National Weather Service Office in State College in Pennsylvania. The tones we just heard were a test of the specific area message encoding the storm alert systems. During dangerous weather events, NOAA weather radio receivers can be activated by these systems. A message with information about the watch or warning must follow. Tests of these systems are normally conducted by the National Weather Service between 11 a.m. and noon each Wednesday. In further threat of severe weather, the test may be postponed until the next good weather day. Repeating, this was a test of the specific area message encoding the storm alert systems.
I'm going ahead and add again now whatever's left. Now West Branch doesn't have any sound at all. What a shame. Let's see. Now let's get Gray Main pulled up. And here goes Cleveland.
Weather Service weather radio warning alarms from the WXL 51 listening area of Northwest Ohio. During potentially dangerous weather situations,
That's DC.
receivers are automatically activated to warn of impending hazard. These receivers are normally Weather Service every Wednesday between 11 p.m. and noon. When there is a threat or existing severe weather in the area, tests will be postponed until the following day. The National Weather Service weather radio warning alarm.
And there's Charleston. Charleston, South Carolina.
Receiving signal was a test from the NOAA radio all hazard station KPC 85 public warning system. This test was conducted between 11 p.m. and noon each Wednesday. If there is a risk of severe weather, the test will be postponed to the next good weather day. Reception of this broadcast and the alarm tone will vary at any given location. This alarm tone will be activated for hazardous watches and warnings for the following counties: Beaufort, Bryan, Bullock, Chatham, Effingham, Asbury, Liberty, and Scranton. This concludes the weekly test of the NOAA radio all hazard station KPC 85 by the National Weather Service Office in Charleston, South Carolina.
And there's Jackson, Kentucky.
This is the National Weather Service office in Jackson, Kentucky. We have just activated the public warning alarm tone as a test of our weather radio station's warning alarm system. This is only a test. During potentially dangerous weather situations, specially built receivers can be automatically activated to warn of the impending hazard. Tests of this signal and receiver's performance are normally conducted between 11 a.m. and noon.
This system was developed to provide information to the public during emergencies.
Existing severe weather in
This
the
was a
area,
test.
we will postpone the test to the next available good weather day. Reception of this broadcast, and especially the warning alarm tone, will vary at any given location. The variability is more noticeable at greater distances from the transmitter and will occur even though you are using a
Should
good
be hearing
quality
from Grand
receiver and
Rapids
good
at
working
any
order.
moment.
In order to provide the most consistent and dependable warning service possible, we will activate the signal only for the following counties which are within our broadcast reach. In Kentucky, Adair, Casey, Clinton, Greene, Knox, Laurel, Lincoln, Marion, McCreary, Metcalf, Pulaski, Rockcastle, Russell, Taylor, Wayne, and Whitley counties. Once again, this has been a test of the National Weather Service's radio public warning alarm. We will now return to pre-recorded programming.
All right, who else is left? All right, let's see. Marquette. And GSP. And then Tallahassee in case they go early. And Wakefield. So there we go. Now we got a full boat again. And why don't we play around with some audio clips on Audacity while we wait? That thing. At Fountain Ridge. Let's slow it down slightly. Okay. It sounds strange already. Doing a airdrop feature on the OnePlus. I know Grand Rapids is running late. Let me scroll through the list here and see who went already. So Puerto Rico went. Pittsburgh. I can't tell if that's Tampa or Miami. Wait a minute. Yeah, the Miami streams don't have any sound on them. So that was Miami then. And here goes Gray Main now.
Automatically activate special receivers to warn of the impending hazard. Reception of this broadcast and the warning alarm feature will vary with distance to the transmitter. This test is conducted each Wednesday between 11 a.m. and noon, but may be postponed if there is hazardous weather in the region. In that case, the test will be held on the first available good weather day. We now return to our regular programming.
And this is where Peachtree City's going. There's who Miami went already. And I'm going to go ahead and get a head start on the Central Time Zone preparation. Tulsa and Champaign. All right, because those two are going to carry over to the next time zone. All right, let's see what we can do here. Wow, WCBC, you're fast. And that's Amarillo. And somebody else. Amarillo and who else? Marquette? Tallahassee? Wow. It's not even like, what, 11:30 yet?
During potentially dangerous weather situations,
Was there even a message at the start of that? There wasn't even a message at the start of that. Alright then, this is where Wakefield's going.
The warning alarm zone will be activated for hazardous watches and warning alarm will be activated for watches. This concludes the weekly all hazards radio public warning systems, Southwest and South Central Georgia. This concludes the weekly test of the NOAA weather radio warning alarms and emergency alert system for the entire county warning area serviced by the Tallahassee Weather Forecast Office. Late in the morning.
Alright, that's where Wakefield's going. Go ahead and take them both off. And there's Grand Rapids finally. So I guess Camel X does screen stuff again. Now, I don't think Charleston tested yet, did they? Oh, there's Greenville Spartanburg.
During potentially dangerous weather situations, especially field receivers can be automatically activated to warn of an impending hazard. Test of the signal and receivers performance are only conducted between 11 a.m. and noon each Wednesday. If there has been a threat of severe weather, the test will have been postponed until the next available good weather day. Reception of this broadcast and the warning alarm will vary location. Its variability, only more noticeable at greater distances from the transmitter, can occur even though you're using a good quality receiver in good working order. The warning alarm will be activated for hazardous watches and warnings. For station WXL 56, broadcasting west of Asheville, on a frequency of 162.400 megahertz, the warning alarm will be activated for the following counties in North Carolina: Avery, Markham, Burke, Haywood, Anderson, Jackson, McDowell, Madison, Mitchell, Holt, Rutherford, Transylvania, and Yancey. This concludes the NOAA Radio All Hazards Tone Alert Test.
All right, we can go ahead and pull the DSP off as well. So Charleston, West Virginia has not gone yet. Odd. Now then. That's as far as we were able to get before we were disrupted. You know what? Let's set it to that speed and play it backwards. 91%. Oh wait. That's I have to go to a different menu to do that. Change speed and pitch. And now we'll reverse it.
The following provides radio alert on North Central
There's Mount Holly. Right here.
This is a weekly test of the NOAA Radio All Hazards Warning Device for station KIH-28 in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. During potentially dangerous weather situations, special field receivers are automatically activated to warn of the intending hazard. Tests of the signal are normally conducted by the National Weather Service in Mount Holly, New Jersey, every Wednesday between 11 a.m. and noon. If there is a threat of severe weather during the normal test time, the test will be postponed to the next good weather day. Reception of this broadcast, especially the one-to-one tone, will vary at any given location. This variability, normally more noticeable at greater distances from the transmitter, can occur even though you are using a good quality receiver in perfect working order. The one-to-one tone will be activated for hazardous weather watches and warnings for the following counties and marine areas near the city of Philadelphia, in Pennsylvania, Bucks, Chester, Delaware, Montgomery, and Philadelphia. In New Jersey, Burlington, Camden, Cumberland, Gloucester, Hunter, Mercer, Monmouth, and Salem. In Delaware, Kent and Newcastle, including Upper Delaware Bay. And in Maryland, Naval, including Chesapeake Bay North and Pools Island. This concludes the weekly test of NOAA Weather Radio All Hazards, station KIH-28 in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Thank you for listening to NOAA Weather Radio All Hazards.
And here goes Northern Indiana. And Peachtree City.
The preceding was a test of the National Weather Service Emergency Warning System from Atlanta, KECA. This test was conducted at approximately 11:30 each Wednesday morning. Receivers are normally conducted by the National Weather Service for emergency weather situations. The warning alarm is set 1 hour before
Wakefield.
the test will be postponed until Thursday. the wind chill will vary with each section of this broadcast, and the water level will vary and be even more noticeable at greater distances from the transmitter. More noticeable at greater distances from the quality receiver in the quality receiver is the more consistent warning service possible. The one that is normally selected as a warning or selected marshal will give a 40-mile radius from the antenna. Report this area includes the celebration for Lincoln. Marshall has started market complaints on this now to carefully government line with more than 4,000 control levels and grams. We learned for Rosalina and Walton. And those include the weeks we told the one to line system, Paulding, and Van Wert, Michigan, Gary, St. Joseph, Branch, Hillsdale. For more information, see our webpage at www.weather.gov/IWX and click on NOAA Weather field under local information. We now turn to what you feel.
Tonight, southeast winds 10 to 20 knots. A slight chance of rain showers after midnight. Waves ranging to 1 to 3 feet.
Yep, Mount Holly did go on time, as he said. So, what does that leave us with then? We're still waiting on Charleston, West Virginia. We're still waiting on Fort Worth. Grand Forks hasn't gone yet. Lincoln hasn't gone yet. We're still waiting on Marquette. And we're still waiting on Tulsa. So, oh, now that I mentioned Grand Forks, here they go now. Now that I mentioned Grand Forks, they're going now.
Mostly sunny. Highs 50 to 55. Monday night, mostly cloudy. Increasing chance of light rain. Lows in the mid-30s.
Okay.
Tuesday, partly sunny. A slight chance of light rain and light snow. Thursday,
Between the hours of 10 a.m. and noon. If severe weather threatens the area near the normal alarm test time, the test will be postponed to the first available day free of severe weather. Your reception of this broadcast, and especially the warning alarm, will vary at any given location. This variability, normally more noticeable at greater distances from the transmitter, will occur even though you are using a good quality receiver in good working order. To provide the most consistent and dependable warning service possible, the warning alarm will be activated for only selected watches and warnings affecting counties across portions of eastern North Dakota. Once again, the National Weather Service has just activated the public warning alarm tone. The National Weather Service in northern Indiana has issued a special marine warning for Lake Michigan, Michigan City, Indiana to St. Joseph, Michigan.
Wow. 3 minutes after they send out the test.
Until 12:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. At 11:33 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, a strong thunderstorm was located 23 nautical miles northeast of Harrison Beaver, Crib, moving east at 10 knots. Hazard, wind gusts to nearly 50 knots and small hail. Source, radar.
Harrison Beaver Crib. That sounds familiar.
Damaged and briefly higher wind and subtly higher waves. The strong thunderstorm will remain over mainly open waters. Move to safe harbor until hazardous weather passes.
the weather warning alarm system building to one during a potentially dangerous weather situation. East winds especially built receivers are automatically activated by the signal to warn of the impending hazard. Waves testing of these receivers and the alarm system are normally conducted by the National Weather Service Office in Grand Forks every Wednesday between the hours of 10 a.m. and noon. Thursday night, if severe weather threatens the area near the normal alarm test time, the test will be postponed to the first available day free of severe weather. Midnight, your reception of this broadcast, and especially the warning alarm, will vary at any given location. This variability, normally more noticeable at greater distances from the transmitter, will occur even though you are using a good quality receiver in good working order. To provide the most consistent and dependable warning service possible, the warning alarm will be activated for only selected watches and warnings affecting counties across portions of northwest and west central Minnesota. Once again, the National Weather Service has just activated the public warning alarm tone. We will now return to regular programming.
Well, that was something. They issued a marine warning just minutes after Northern Indiana sends out their tests.
Vital stage is 8.4 feet. Recent activity. The maximum river stage in the 24 hours ended at 8 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time Tuesday was 11.4 feet. Forecast. The river is expected to fall to 11.0 feet Tuesday, April 28th. Flood stage is 9.0 feet. Flood history. This crest compares to the previous crest of 11.4 feet on May 10th, 1965.
And I see Chicago on their forecast office website has posted the information about all the severe weather events that have happened so far to start the season. Plus some of the analysis from the event on April 17th.
At 10.5 feet, the river begins to overflow onto Sturgeon River Road, Iowa Road, and Iowa Road. Additional details. At 6:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time Monday, the stage was 11.2 feet. Vital stage is 10.0 feet. Recent activity. The maximum river stage in the 24 hours ending at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time Monday was 11.2 feet. Forecast. No forecast is available for this location. Flood stage was
No forecast is available for this location.
This crest compares to the previous crest of 11.2 feet on April 18, 2023. www.weather.gov/. Safety flash.
I think Charleston might have delayed it or something.
The following provides credible river flow information for north central Michigan. Flood warning remains in effect for Tuesday, April 28th.
Did they miss it?
What? Minor flooding is occurring and minor flooding is forecast. Where? Sturgeon River near Austin. When? Until
Yeah, this is Gaylord.
Impact.
And there wasn't even a message at all, so.
Structures along low-lying areas and numerous roads become impacted by fall waters. Until weekend, Sturgeon River Road, Iowa Road, and Iowa Road are impacted. In Gaylord County, Sturgeon Road, Talon Road, and Usatilla Road are impacted. Along Troll Road, Toboggan Road, Irwin Road, Oliver Road, and Shelley Road are impacted. Additional details. At 2:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time Tuesday, the stage was 8.6 feet. Vital stage is 7.5 feet. Recent activity. The maximum river stage in the 24 hours ending at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time Tuesday was 9.2 feet. Forecast. The river is expected to rise to a crest of 8.9 feet early Friday afternoon.
Can't remember, but I didn't see Charleston test.
Flood stage Monday morning. Flood stage is 8.0 feet. Flood history. This crest compares to the previous crest of 8.9 feet.
It looks like one Tulsa station went, but I didn't see KTSA come up on my logger.
Safety flash. Flood. The following provides important river information for the following county: Iron, Michigan. Flood advisory for Silver is now in effect until Friday morning. Elevated river levels caused by snow.
Yeah, Charleston didn't go yet.
Where? Tate River at Crystal Falls County. When? Until Friday morning.
Yeah, Tulsa hasn't gone yet because everything from the severe weather event is the latest thing that's on this list. So yeah, they haven't tested. Well, only one has tested. I think there was only one Tulsa station that went, but not the rest of them.
8.0 feet. Parking lot of roadside park of Spain M69 begins to file additional details. At 3 p.m. Central Daylight Time Tuesday, the stage was 6.5 feet.
All right. Well, since that is done.
Action stage is 5.5 feet. Flood stage is 7.0 feet. www.weather.gov/. Safety flash. Flood. The following provides important river information for the following county: Marquette, Michigan. Flood advisory now in effect until early Monday afternoon. What? Elevated river levels caused by snow will continue. Where? Middle Branch Escanaba River at Humboldt. Wind until early Monday afternoon. Impacts is 6.5 feet. County road FX begins to part of 20.0 feet. Shower reaches the bottom of the county road FX.
Even then, I still don't understand bird language. It's just nothing but gibberish.
The residence located at 1068 County Road FX begins to find additional details. At 2:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, Tuesday, the stage was 5.7 feet. April stage is 5.0 feet. Forecast. The river is expected to rise to a crest of 6.4 feet Friday morning. Action stage is 6.0 feet. Flood stage is 6.5 feet. www.weather.gov/safety/flood. The following provides important river information for Oklahoma County, Delta, Michigan. Flood advisory for snow issues from this afternoon until further notice. Watch elevated river levels caused by snow overturning. Where Sturgeon Lake near Loma Junction. When from this afternoon until
Let's
further
see.
notice.
Accurate already got Indianapolis.
10.0 feet. Water flows low-lying areas along the river. This may include parts of the former Mill Camp Road downstream of Gaines site and the Tyndall Rapids Canoe Launch upstream of the Gaines site. Additional details at 2:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, Tuesday, the stage was 9.7 feet. Rainfall stage is 8.0 feet. Forecast. No forecast is available for this location. Action stage is 8.0 feet. Flood stage is 10.0 feet. www.weather.gov/.
All right, I'll give the rest of them another couple minutes.
The following provides critical riverfront information for north central Upper Michigan. Flood warning remains currently.
Actually, I'm gonna go ahead and reset it now.
What? Minor flooding is occurring. Where? Menominee River near Cross. When? Until further notice. Impact at 17.0 feet.
Okay, all right. Got the central zone in there now.
Additional details.
And that's all ready to go.
Central daylight time Tuesday stage is 17.0 feet. Bantal stage is 15.0 feet. Recent activity. The maximum number stage in the 24 hours.
Let me see if
Daylight time Tuesday was
yeah, I don't think that station is gonna work ever again.
no forecast is available for this location.
Let's slow this down even more.
0 feet.
And now it's even slower than it was before.
Provides critical riverfront information for north central Upper Michigan. Flood warning is canceled. The flood warning is canceled for the Menominee River near Menominee River at White Rapids Dam. Additional details at 10 a.m. Central Daylight Time Wednesday, the stage was 13.5 feet. Bantal stage is 11.0 feet. Forecast. No forecast is available for this location.
No forecast is available for this location.
The following provides critical riverfront information for north central Upper Michigan. Flood warning now in effect until Monday morning. What? Minor flooding is occurring and minor flooding is forecast. This approaches the flood of occurred. Where? Menominee River near Niagara. When? Until Monday morning. Impacts at 13.0 feet. Water approaches the drinking water of the Union Province of Kentucky. Additional details at 10 a.m. Central Daylight Time Wednesday, the stage was 13.6 feet. Bantal stage is 10.0 feet. Recent activity. The maximum river stage in the 24 hours ending at 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time Wednesday was 14.1 feet. Forecast. The river is expected to fall below flood stage early Sunday afternoon and continue falling to 12.2 feet Wednesday, April 29. Flood stage wind southwest at 7 miles an hour. 29. Flood stage is 13.0. And maximum light rain at 56 degrees.
And there went Marquette.
Light rain 59 degrees at Logan. Light rain 63 at Portsmouth, Ohio. Partly sunny and 61 degrees at Jackson, Ohio. Partly sunny and 63 degrees.
All right. Well,
Light rain and 57 degrees at cloudy and 60 degrees.
I don't know if their test is happening now or not,
The wind was calm.
but the stream just went offline.
Was 30.0
I was done with that anyway. Just get rid of it. I was done with that anyway. So I was gonna try another one. This is the one that we used for St. Charles Road. So let's see what we can do with this. Let's try to slow it down slightly. How about this? And now it's at a low pitch. Yeah, I've already wiped the... because it has to reprocess it now. And now Marquette goes. But it doesn't look like it wants to load, though. What a disappointment. I think Fort Worth might be late. But it's fine. If they don't test in the morning, I'm pretty sure they'll do it this evening. Let's try it at 0.5 now.
Receiving has been a week from tone alert test of the following NOAA weather radio all hazard stations. WNG 683 Nilinisco, WXK 73 Corton, WZ 2513 Copper Harbor, KG 176 Crystal Falls, KIG 66 Marquette, KZZ 35 Escanaba, WNG 684 Manistee, WZ 2514 Munising, WZ 2515 Grand Marais, and WNG 576 Newberry. This test is normally scheduled for Wednesday mornings between 11 a.m. and noon Eastern Time. If there is the threat of or existing severe weather, the test will be postponed until the next available clear weather day. You can find more information regarding the weather radio all hazards on the internet at www.weather.gov/NWR or by calling your National Weather Service office near Marquette at 906
And there's Blacksburg.
5212. This concludes the test. We now return to our scheduled programming. Conducted by the National Weather Service around noon each Wednesday, except for the first Wednesday of the month when it is
Oh my gosh.
7 p.m.
The sound effect at the end,
The test will be postponed to the next available
and that's slow.
reception of this broadcast, and especially the warning alarms, will vary at any given location. This variability normally
Let's do it again.
can occur even though you are using
Let's do it again, slowed down, but from the beginning.
the most consistent
And the beginning only.
The warning alarm will be activated for hazardous watches and warnings for the following counties in the Blacksburg County warning area. In Virginia, Allegheny, Bedford, Bland, Botetourt, Carroll, Craig, Floyd, Franklin, Giles,
Oh
Halifax,
gosh.
Montgomery, Patrick, Pittsylvania, Pulaski, Roanoke, Rockbridge, and
Let's try this.
also included are the independent cities of Buena Vista, Covington, Danville, Lexington, Martinsville, Galax, Bradford, Roanoke, and Salem. In North Carolina, the following counties are included: Rockingham and Caswell. This has been a test of the known weather reading device. We now return to normal programming.
Now it's at 0.94. Now it's at 0.94 speed. Backwards. So now it's slowed down. Let's slow it down even more. Okay. Oh, this is great. All right. Central Time Zone is coming up next. Okay, Austin works. Birmingham works, of course. Quad Cities. Des Moines. Oh, Hastings, of course, right down here. We know this is where New Orleans would go, but it doesn't work anymore, so Memphis is going right here instead. Just making sure everything works. Alright, St. Louis. Kansas City. They, for some reason, never made their test up. And then Green Bay, they've been consistent at going at 11 a.m. At 11 a.m. sharp. And we got to make sure that all these guys are on and ready. Make sure they're getting a good signal so that way they can activate for the tests. So the WR400 is getting quick signal. We'll cross on. Now, last week I got the Chicago test because it took place on Thursday, and also because there was a multi-day severe weather event. There were multiple severe weather events occurring within the same week. Now, this week it's back to normal. I'm not getting the Chicago test. Again, for convenience sake. Just making sure everything is on and ready to go. Alright, let's go ahead and put everything else on then. Alright. Does Corpus work? Well, look at that. It actually does. The almighty Corpus has been resurrected from the graveyard. Monster reborn. I feel like I just played the Monster Reborn spell card on KHP41. Yeah. See what I'm talking there? Yu-Gi-Oh terminology? Alright, let's see what we can play around with here before the test actually happens. Let's try this one. Now the pitch is slightly higher. And now it's a slightly lower pitch. And Hastings strikes first.
This is the National Weather Service APU Nebraska. The preceding signal was a test of the NOAA Radio 1 and alarm system for radio stations WXL-74, WXL-75, KWN-62, KHE-99, KEC-30,
Emergency for severe weather as Seafood Northeastern stations north Central Florida to bring you this important information. This includes this test of the emergency alert system.
And there's St. Louis. Green Bay. See Jackson, Mississippi going. Des Moines. Shreveport. I see Shreveport going. Memphis. I'm going through who has gone already. Oh, speaking of canceled, what about Birmingham? Did they postpone? Did they postpone because of the sphere? Because of the sphere risk that's there? They haven't announced it. There's Wichita and there's Austin. Sioux Falls. Corpus. There's the almighty Corpus. And WBAP, that's coming off too. Noticeable at greater distances from the transmitter can occur even though you are using a good quality receiver in good working order. The warning alarm tone will be activated for hazardous conditions. The station you are listening to and the Celtics we alarm for are listening to the unless there is severe weather in the area, in which the warning alarm tone will be sound until Thursday. Again, this is only a Chattanooga County alert. There is no severe weather in the area at this time. We now return to normal when the National Weather Service has just conducted a test of the new warning alarm tone. We now return to the recorded programs. All right, we're going to get ready for the next set now. Let's see. Birmingham, we haven't heard from yet. So let me go ahead and pull up Little Rock. Did I not see the Quad Cities test, or did they not do it yet? And there's my office. You tricked me, Chicago. You tricked me. Oh my god, we're gonna get a doubleheader. We're gonna get a doubleheader here. We're gonna get a doubleheader, Marine Warning and Weekly Test. Oh my god. I can't believe this right now. This is incredible. This is incredible. Here goes Lubbock.
There are potentially dangerous weather situations, especially though receivers can be automatically activated by the signal to warn of any impending hazard. Tests of the signal and receiver's performance are normally conducted by the National Weather Service between 11 a.m. and noon each Wednesday. If there's a risk of severe weather, the test will be postponed to the next available good weather day. Reception of the broadcast and especially the warning alarm tone will vary at any given location. The warning alarm tone will be activated for hazardous watches and warnings affecting the following counties. In Texas, Bailey, Frisco, Hansgrove, Chillicothe, Cochran, Collingsworth, Cobble, Crosby, Smith, Dickens, Dombey, Floyd, Shore, Garza, Yale, Alphabet, Hardeman, Hockley, Kent, King, Mayo, Lubbock, Glenn, Motley, Oldham, Farmer, Randall, Stonewall, Swisher, and Terry. In Oklahoma, Fifth Greer, Harmon, and Jackson, and in New Mexico, Perry. This concludes the weekly test of the NOAA Weather Radio All Hazards Warning Alarm System.
I can't even begin to describe what just happened. I just witnessed a Marine Warning Weekly Test doubleheader. A Marine Warning followed by a weekly test. I was not expecting that, honestly, but that's another exception right there. I'm definitely archiving that. I'm definitely uploading that. I'm definitely uploading that because that is something that's very uncommon. I could have done it with the radios, but we're live on the air, so probably that was probably another reason why. But okay. All right, let me check the Quad Cities. They didn't send a postponement message, so this transmitter might not have received the test. So I guess the Quad Cities might be late. I think Springfield might have went already. Yeah, I think Springfield went already. And La Crosse, you have Little Rock up already. Houston. Well, as I said, I'm definitely going to upload that. Because honestly, this is honestly pretty freaking bizarre to see. Let me see what I can do with it. And that's Nashville, I can hear.
This is a test of the Your Weather Radio warning alarm device and emergency alert system. During potentially dangerous weather situations and civil emergencies, specially equipped receivers are automatically activated to warn of the impending danger. A test of these receivers is conducted every Wednesday between 11 a.m. and noon, weather permitting. In the event of the test being canceled, it will then be rescheduled for the next day between 11 a.m. and noon. This is NOAA Weather Radio Station KIG 79, operating 24 hours a day on the frequency of 162.55 megahertz, with transmitting facilities in Davidson County. This broadcast originates from the National Weather Service Office located near Nashville. This service is provided in part by the Metropolitan Nashville Office of Emergency Management and the Tennessee Emergency Management Agency. Repeating,
Alright, this is where Tulsa's going. Alright, this is where Tulsa's going after this.
Receivers are automatically activated to warn of impending danger. The alarm will be activated for severe weather launches and warnings or civil emergencies affecting the Middle Tennessee counties of Cheatham, Davidson, Dixon, Macon, Maury, Montgomery, Robertson, Rutherford.
Actually, never mind. We're gonna put
Williamson, and Wilson.
Bismarck
This
here.
concludes the test of the NOAA radio warning alarm device and emergency alert system. If there is a threat of severe weather, the test will be postponed to the next available non-severe weather day. The alarm tone causes weather radio receivers with the alarm tone feature to be turned on automatically. This alerts you that an emergency broadcast is about to be made. Weather radios with the alarm tone feature are available commercially. These counter code and alarm tones will normally be.
There's Birmingham. I thought they were going to postpone it. I thought they were going to postpone it.
Northwestern South Dakota and Sheridan, Richmond, and Roosevelt counties in northeastern Montana. Once again, this was a weekly test of the alarm tone and county code zones. This concludes the weekly test. We now return to regular programming. This was a test of the NOAA radio warning alarm device. During potentially dangerous weather situations, special built receivers are automatically activated to weather and weather forecasts for Saturday and normally conducted by the National Weather Service.
Maybe the signal was weak.
Saturday between 10 a.m. and 12 noon.
Maybe the signal on the stream was weak.
Severe weather in the area. The test is postponed until the first weather day. Reception of this broadcast and the alarm tone will vary from place to place. This variability, normally not noticeable at greater distances from the transmitter, will occur even though you are using a good quality receiver in perfect working order. The warning alarm will be activated for severe thunderstorms, tornado, and flash flood watches, and for severe weather winds affecting the following counties in the QAH 44 listening area. Shelton, Cooper, Jefferson, St. Clair, Shelby, Tuscaloosa, and Walker. This has been a test of the NOAA radio warning alarm device. We now return to our normal programming.
Now let me turn this down for a bit. To be honest, I'm actually speechless as to what I had just witnessed. I mean, honestly, I've seen NWS Pittsburgh do a doubleheader weekly test and a tornado warning. I've seen St. Louis do the same thing. Well, back when Missouri used to do the live code, and Illinois moved on to doing the weekly test. So St. Louis did the weekly test for Illinois, and then did the live code for Missouri. And then Pittsburgh, that one year, they did the weekly test for the entire county coverage area, and then they did the tornado drill for West Virginia. Speaking of which, West Virginia, I don't think even did a tornado drill this year, which is weird, honestly. But yeah, never did I think I would see this happen. Chicago issuing a marine warning and then sending out the weekly test right after. So Lockport and Chicago got to see a marine warning and weekly test double header. Which that's crazy, honestly. And Northern Indiana issued their marine warning 3 minutes after their weekly test was sent out. So, wow, Chicago and Northern Indiana are both in for something today. And here goes Omaha now.
This is the National Weather Service in Valley, Nebraska.
Valley, Nebraska.
Alarm tones are a test of known all hazards radio public warning alarm system for transmitters across eastern Nebraska and southwest Iowa, as well as neighboring portions of Kansas and Missouri. During potentially dangerous weather situations, specially built receivers are automatically activated by the signal to warn of the impending hazard. The alarm tone causes weather radio receivers to be turned on automatically, alerting you to the impending emergency broadcast. Tests of the warning alarm system are conducted each Wednesday at 11:15 a.m. If there is a threat of severe weather, the test is then postponed until the next available non-severe weather day. Once again, this has been a weekly test of the known all system. We now return to our regular programming.
Yeah. So this is great. A warning light and an advisory light together. And no, it wasn't self-activation. It's the real deal. I mean, I got tricked the first time. I absolutely got tricked. I heard the headers. I was thinking, oh yeah, is that the weekly test? And then I looked, and then there was a marine warning, right? And then I hear the warning sound, the warning siren. It was like, okay, yeah, that's not the weekly test. And then in the middle of the marine warning, the weekly test gets sent out. However, Plano was the first one to receive it, but while Chicago and Lockport were relaying the marine warning, they had to wait for those two to finish relaying that before sending out the test. But I feel like this is something else too. Doing a weekly test while a marine warning is in effect. I've seen Tampa do this before, so seeing Chicago do this is pretty bizarre, honestly. I haven't seen a weekly test go out right after a marine warning was issued. And now the advisory lights are disappearing. Now all the advisory lights are beginning to disappear. Well, there's still a few left over, but then after that, yep, there we go. The MG just went to the warning light because it received the marine warning. This has just been crazy. This has been a crazy hour so far, honestly, and very unexpected too. I didn't expect the marine warning to come right before the weekly test. All right, so now that that is done, and let's see. Yeah, I had to include the I had to archive that. I had to archive that because that's very, very rare, or unusual, I should say, not rare, but it's unusual to see a marine warning followed by a weekly test, or I mean, I've seen Norman test during a severe thunderstorm warning, which honestly is definitely pretty bizarre to see. And here goes Houston now. I was about to say what's left here, but there's supposed to be 3 other offices that we got to get going right now.
This is a test of the Hill Weather Radio's warning device. The preceding signal was a test of the weather radio station's public warning system. During potentially
And the Zone Guard went to the warning light because they received a marine warning as well.
Activated by the signal to warn of the impending hazard. Test of the signal and receiver's performance are normally conducted by the National Weather Service every Wednesday between 11 a.m. and 12 noon. If there is a threat of or existing severe weather in the area on Wednesday, the test will be postponed until the next available good weather day. Problems with reception of this broadcast, normally more noticeable at greater distances from the transmitter, can occur even though you are using a good quality receiver in perfect working order. To provide the most consistent and dependable warning service possible, the warning alarm will be activated for hazardous watches and warnings for the following counties.
I see there's a Trinity Railway Express locomotive. I don't know how Trinity Railway Express ended up here. I don't know how a Trinity Railway Express locomotive ended up in Chicago. And I see Alabama Weather Network is talking about And then I see tomorrow, Northern Illinois EAS is going to premiere his entire compilation for the event from April 14th. Alright, so pulling this off now. So what do we have left? We're still waiting on NWS Charleston. I don't know what's taking them so long. While we're at it, I know Huntsville is in the marginal risk, so I want to see if they're saying anything about whether they're going to test or not. Alright, so far it looks like they're going to do it. So. Is that the Quad Cities finally? Nope, La Crosse. That's not good when there's no sound. Yep, that's a fail. All right, so they're gonna try again. We're gonna keep La Crosse going because they're gonna try again. So we will be keeping La Crosse going. So we're gonna keep La Crosse going because they're gonna try again. And here they go again. This is try number 2.
So the situation, especially with radios, are automatically activated to warn with the pending tether. Test the warning alarm tone and will conducted at this time every Wednesday between 11 a.m. and noon. If the zero the area took the normal test time, the test will be postponed until the first signal of the day. This warning alarm tone will activate for watches warning, selecting specific county, state test transmitters that you are listening to. For exact coverage area, please check out our internet homepage. Receive the warning alarm tone with necessary communication, especially greater train distance from the transmitter and off the large building. This concludes our weekly warning alarm test. Now return to our normal scheduled programming.
That was much better. Alright, that was much better. They tried again a second time and it worked out. Okay, so what remains as of now? We're still waiting on Charleston, West Virginia. I don't know what's taking them so long. Fort Worth, yeah, their test time has already passed. So, but of course, keep in mind that they will have another chance this evening. So, of course, as usual, Fort Worth does 2 tests, one in the morning, and they'll try in the evening. So, let's see if they do it in the evening. But for now, it looks like they're not going to. Do it. So other than those 2, we're down to Lincoln, Kansas City. I don't know what's taking Kansas City so long. We're also down to Aberdeen, Huntsville. So far, it looks like Huntsville's going to do it. Little Rock, North Platte, and San Angelo. So that's all that remains as of this moment. It looks like there's a marginal risk now. That's Huntsville. That does not sound right at all. Yeah, that sounds messed up.
Approximately 11:30 each Wednesday morning, weather permitting. If this had been the actual emergency weather situation, the warning alarm would have been followed by an actual watch for warning.
I don't think any radios would have been able to decode that.
This variability, normally more noticeable at greater distances from the transmitter, will occur even if you are using a quality receiver in perfect working order. To provide the most consistent warning service possible, the warning alarm will normally be activated for warnings in selected watches within a 40-mile radius of your transmitter. This area includes the following counties in the Florence listening area: Colbert, Franklin, Lauderdale, and Lawrence. This concludes the weekly test of the warning alarm system. We now return to our normal weather.
At least it did the message right, but the headers did not. So, all right, that's Huntsville done. We still got a little more to go. All right, here's what we were playing around with before the tests happened. We have to wait a little bit for the risk to be for the updated day 1 risk to be available. Sounds like San Angelo as well.
Radio stations WXL 73, WXN 72, WXN 82, WXL
Aberdeen.
WXL 76, GPS 502, KHO 55, serving western and north central Nebraska, northeast Colorado, and portions of southern South Dakota. During potentially dangerous weather situations across the area, the alarm zone district would be activated and immediately followed by information about the impending hazard. The reception of the alarm tones on the radio broadcast may vary at times, even though you are using a quality receiver that is in good working order. This test normally conducted each Wednesday morning around 11:30 a.m. Central Time, but will be canceled in the event of severe or hazardous weather. Service in North Platte.
These tones will precede the broadcast of emergency messages. This is a test of NOAA Weather Radio's warning alarm system. During severe weather situations, receivers built with the tone or emergency alert features will be automatically
KUHF, didn't you test yesterday?
affecting your area. This concludes the live test from the National Weather Service office in Aberdeen, South Dakota.
Yeah, KUHF decided to test again for some reason. And what is this? This local area emergency. How many times are they sending that out? How many times are they sending that out? What's even contained within it?
Transmitted at the request of the West Virginia County. A shelter-in-place remains in effect within 1 mile of the Catalyst Refiners and Institute, including West Virginia State University. This does not include within the St. Albans city limits. Please tune into local news and radio for updates.
So that's why Charleston's not testing. There's a shelter-in-place order in effect. So that's why. They've toned like 3 local area emergency. Didn't I just see a video come up from Kana County WX at some point? I don't remember where. I think it was on the other one. Let me go over to the other one and check. Just to. Oh my gosh. Windows 11 on a PS4? No. Oh, here it is. The shelter-in-place order is caused by a chemical spill. So. All right. So now that we know the whole story here, yeah, that's exactly what I just got. I'm still speechless after that. I cannot believe that actually ended up happening. A Marine Warning weekly test doubleheader, which honestly I did not expect that to come up at all. But I was thinking it was coming after those 2 other Marine warnings that Northern Indiana was issuing earlier. All right, so now with that done, we're still waiting on Lincoln, Kansas City, and Little Rock. Then those are the other 2 that we're still waiting for. And in the meantime, I'm gonna go ahead and get the Mountain Time Zone ready to go. Now, last week, Columbus, Wisconsin was supposed to run their siren test. However, since the Severe Weather Awareness Week drill was canceled, they did not get to do it. And they didn't do it on Wednesday either. So, again, because of the threat of severe weather. I will keep Fort Worth going. I will keep, at this point, yeah, Charleston's test time has already passed. And let me see. Let me take a look. I remember. I don't think Charleston's part of tomorrow's. I don't know if I should let John do it. I'm not sure what's up with Kansas City. There's nothing that's saying about postponements. They're not saying anything about a postponement, so it's probably they're just probably late. So with Charleston's test, that probably explained all those local area emergencies earlier. They didn't want to do their weekly while that was going on, so they didn't want to do their test while that was going on. So that makes sense. So, all right. So I guess at this moment the only postponement is Charleston. So it's just NWS Charleston and the Quad Cities as of this moment, because. And here goes Lincoln. They put the whole state of Illinois in there? That's different. That was not there before. That sounds like the old message.
Will automatically activate special receivers to warn of the impending hazard. This test is conducted each Wednesday between 10 a.m. and 1 p.m., but may be postponed if there is a threat of severe weather.
So they brought the old message back.
Will be held on the first available good weather day. Reception of this broadcast and the warning alarm feature will normally vary one distance from the transmitter. This may occur even if you are using a good quality receiver in good working order. We now return to regular programming.
So Lincoln decided to bring back the old test message for some reason. Interesting.
mostly sunny and 69. Springfield, Illinois, sunny and 71. Waterloo, mostly sunny and 73. Once again at 11 a.m. in Moline with sunny skies, the temperature was 72. In Davenport with sunny skies, the temperature was 72. Here's the hazardous weather outlook. For today and tonight, area rivers are experiencing flooding. Please see the latest flood state
So,
warnings for details. Looking ahead, there is a slight or level 2 out of 5 risk for severe weather.
so just Kansas City and Little Rock we're waiting on now. All right, back to what we were playing around with beforehand. Let's slightly increase the pitch again. So now it's slightly lower pitch. Oak Brook Center. And there's the putt shack. What else could we try? After score? This would be fun. Let's try 0.95 first. Ogden Falls Boulevard. Student Services of Oswego East High School. Well, let me stop that for a second. I found out a few weeks ago that there's one of the newest White Sox players actually came from and there's Little Rock and the Delta Aquatics Club. This is the Oswego East swim team.
the test. At the end of this test, regular programming will resume.
Seems like Little Rock isn't making use of the text-to-speech thing. They're not making use of it much. Imitating seagulls. Alright, so at this point we're down to just Kansas City. Oh, and here they finally go. It took nearly the whole entire time window just to do it. I can't believe it took them this long. Also, I'm gonna put WHG84 on in the place of Ashland to follow along with the local area emergency that's going on there.
Around 11 a.m. When there is a threat of existing severe weather in the area on Wednesday, the test is postponed until the first Skyler weather day. Reception of this broadcast and the warning alarm will vary from place to place. This variability, normally more noticeable at greater distances from the transmitter, will occur even though you are using a good quality receiver in perfect working order.
Alright, we'll let the song continue.
To provide the most consistent warning service possible, the warning alarm will be activated for specific flashes and warnings in the Kansas City listening area. This test is for the following counties. In Missouri, Clay.
So it looks like there used to be a railroad at one point. I want to go ahead and I want to take a look back in time and see what that looked like.
This concludes your test of the NOAA radio warning device.
Alright, and I guess for this, at the moment, that's it for the Central Time Zone. Let me find Oswego again. Let's turn back the clock. Yeah, let's turn back the clock here. That's what it looked like in 2010. So it wasn't even there mostly in 2005. And this is 2006 when it was being developed. And this is what it looks like now, pretty much fully complete. And it's looked like this ever since. So I suppose some more retail ended up taking this slot. But beforehand, there was this country road. Then 2002, this one went up. Then these buildings went up. And now there's residences here. This is what it looked like in 08, 2002, 1994. I don't know how long this bridge has been there. So it looks like there was a railroad that branched off at one point. So by the time Route 31 was widened or repaved, the rest of the tracks that used to cross over were removed. I see Brian got the marine warning as well. Okay, that's enough of that. All right. Everything has relayed. All right, let's go ahead and reset it now. So while the Mountain Time Zone is being thrown in here, I'm also keeping the Quad Cities just in case they end up testing at noon, like what Milwaukee did last week. They where Milwaukee didn't take until 1 p.m. to eventually make up their tests that they were going to supposedly do on Wednesday, but then that night they announced the cancellation of there was the Wisconsin Emergency Management Agency that announced the cancellation of the drill. So, but yeah, I mean this has just been quite a crazy hour. I did not expect Chicago to issue a marine warning right before sending out the weekly tests. And when they did, I thought, are they going to postpone it? And then I hear the test, and then I hear the advisory tones on my recon. So that tells me that they went forward with it. So essentially they issued a marine warning and then went for it after that. In short terms. Really. Alright. So the only postponements we have right now is Charleston, West Virginia, and as of this moment, the Quad Cities. They haven't tested at 11. I checked WJON. They didn't. It didn't receive it. So they will probably do it at noon, I suppose. So I'll keep them running. We'll see if they do it at noon. As for Charleston, they postponed their test not because of the threat of severe weather. It's because they've been relaying a series of local area emergency messages related to a chemical spill in Kanawha County, West Virginia. So, yeah, they definitely do not want a weekly test happening while there's a local area emergency going on. So, understandable why they decided to not test. So, at this point, then Charleston will test tomorrow. They will test tomorrow. So as of right now, that's the only postponement. But other than that, so far so good. Everybody has done their tests, although the Tulsa stream signal is kind of bad. My logger never relayed it. I might have to switch out the Springfield stream with a different one, but like I said, it's so far so good. So I've swapped out Ashland I've swapped out KIH39 with WXJ84. When they send out another update on the local area emergency, Quad Cities is in there as well if they eventually do their test. And then, of course, that was followed by the Mountain Time Zone, as per usual. So at this point, then, yeah, watch unlikely 20%. Okay, there we go. The risk update's available. Yeah, Chicago's only in a general, so. That's a crazy looking marginal risk there for like North Dakota, South Dakota. But like I said earlier, when it comes to marginal risks, it's pretty much a 50-50 probability of getting anything. Some marginal risk areas you can get something, and then other marginal areas you might not. you might not get anything at all. So it's pretty much a hit or miss scenario at that point. But okay, before I go even further with any of this stuff, it's time to get ready for the Mountain Time Zone. So of course we're gonna do Milwaukee, Norman, Topeka, and Duluth. Okay, and then down here I'll pull up the rest of them. So wait, Cody, Wyoming. Okay, and then Salt Lake City, Utah, Pendleton, Oregon. All right. I'll just go ahead and start up these four. As well as Scotts Bluff. Okay, that does not work, but thankfully KJZC is in there.
For the rest of today and tonight, no hazardous weather is expected at this time in the lower 60s. For Thursday through Tuesday, winds 5 to 10 storms are expected to develop along a cold Thursday afternoon and evening across Wisconsin. These storms could be severe and produce damaging wind gusts, large hail, and potentially a tornado or two. The dew point 40. This is NOAA Weather Radio Station WXK91 in Topeka. More north at 12 miles an hour. The 11 a.m. conditions for the local area. In Topeka, it was cloudy. The temperature was 64 degrees. The dew point 57. And the relative humidity was 70%. The wind was south at 12 miles an hour. The pressure was 30.01 inches and steady. In Manhattan, it was cloudy. The temperature was 68 degrees. The dew point 56. And the relative humidity was 55%. The wind was south at 17 miles an hour, gusting to 24. Around the region.
The only other postponement I forgot to mention was Fort Worth. But the thing is, Fort Worth will test this evening, so they'll have another chance to do it this evening. Oh, the Marine War was canceled. All right. Fox here for 25 words or less. Oh, and there's the promo for the floor. That's going to be on tonight. Only tonight on Fox.
Now here is your National Weather Service forecast. Rest of today, mostly cloudy with a slight chance of fair light drizzle late this morning. Then partly sunny this afternoon. Highs in the middle 70s. The winds were north. South winds 15 to 20 miles per hour with gusts up to 30 miles per hour.
Yes, never good when you don't have sound. Right out of the gate.
Cloudy with a slight chance of showers after midnight.
Let's try it again.
South winds 15 to 20 miles per hour with gusts up to 35 miles per hour.
There we go. That's better. And Milwaukee first. Yep, Milwaukee. Topeka.
This is a weekly test of the NOAA Weather Radio warning device. During potentially dangerous weather situations, specially built receivers was a test of the alarm system of the NOAA Weather Service radio station WXK91 in Topeka, Kansas, conducted by the National Weather Service. Every dangerous weather situations, specially built receivers are automatically activated by the signal to warn of impending disaster. Until the next weather, these receivers are normally configured twice each Wednesday radio stations and first will occur in the second years and warning that the following constant weathers with a threat of severe weather in the area. The test will be postponed until the weather radio county reception of this broadcast and especially the warning alarm from any communication on Washington area Ohio noticing that greater distances from the transmitter will alert. Hearing your using a good quality receiver Working order. And following the ongoing consistent warning service protocol, the warning of a wind beat activated from selected watches and warnings following the coastal waters of Lake Michigan, Shawnee, Waubonsee, Douglas, Osage, Jefferson, Jackson, Potawatomi, Riley, Geary, Atchison, and Morris. We now return to normal programming around the area. National Airport was partly sunny. The temperature was 73 degrees, the dew point 22, the relative humidity 14%.
All right. All right. Now, I'm going to go ahead and again here. There we go. All right. Now to go break for lunch. I'll let y'all listen in, and I will be back.
cloudy. Lows from 30 to 0.0 Saturday. Partly cloudy with a 20% chance of rain showers. Highs in the upper 50s. Saturday night, lows to be cloudy with a chance of showers and small chance of thunderstorms. Lows in the lower 40s. Chance of rain 50%. Partly cloudy showers and chance of thunderstorms. Highs in the low to mid 50s. Tonight, rain showers likely and slight chance of thunderstorms. Lows in the 30s. Chance of rain 50%. Monday, rain showers likely and chance of thunderstorms. Wednesday, chance of rain 50%. Monday night, mostly cloudy with a chance of showers and slight chance of thunderstorms. Lows in the mid upper 30s. Chance of rain 50%. Tuesday, partly cloudy with a chance of showers and slight chance of thunderstorms. Highs in the upper 50s. Chance of rain 30%. 11 a.m. on Thursday, windy northeast. New International Airport. Windy. Temperature was 33 degrees. Wind 19. The relative humidity 13%. The wind was out at 22 miles an hour yesterday. The was 28.79 inches in Fahrenheit. December Central Park temperature was 32. The relative humidity 13%. The wind was out at 12. Rain chance of 20%. Antonio partly sunny. The temperature was 71. The wind was southwest at 21. News were reporting sunshine and 17. The wind was south at 16. Chance of 26. Lower Sahara. The temperature was 72. Corresponding down in the airport. 9 degrees. Today, elsewhere in Colorado, 54. The wind was southwest, giving us some to 20 degrees. Colorado Springs, partly sunny and 50 rain. The wind was southwest, 21 gusting to 32. Twin Falls, Idaho. The wind was southwest, 22 to 31. During Falls, West. The wind was southwest, 23 miles an hour gusting to 33. Winds into eternity 71. Sharp Mission, 71. The wind was southwest, 16 gusting to 25. North 27 Eagles. The wind was out at 26 miles an hour gusting to 39. Grand Island 74. The wind was out at 26 miles an hour gusting to 39. Again, Denver International Airport was 73 degrees with sunny skies. The winds were from 28 miles an hour gusting to 36. The forecast for Boulder and western Denver suburbs. Mostly cloudy and rain and sunny. Highs in the low to mid 40s. Southwest winds 50 to 25 miles an hour with gusts up to 35 miles an hour east. Tonight, mostly cloudy. Lows in the 40s. Wind 15 to 25 miles an hour. Lows 12 to 35 miles an hour east. Thursday, partly cloudy. Off chance of showers in the afternoon. Tuesday, highs in the low to mid 60s. West wind 15 to 25 miles an hour with gusts up to 30 miles an hour. Windy Thursday. Thursday night, mostly sunny. Lows in the 40s. Near the forecast for Wednesday. Partly cloudy. Highs in the low to mid 50s. Southwest winds 15 to 25 miles an hour. Gusts up to 35 miles an hour east. Partly cloudy. Lows in the 40s. West wind 15 to 25 miles an hour with gusts up to 35 miles an hour east. Thursday, partly cloudy. Cool. Highs in the mid 60s. West wind miles an hour with gusts up to 30 miles an hour. Mostly clear. Upper 40s. The forecast for Denver. Mostly cloudy. Showers in the low to mid 30s. Winds 15 to 25 miles an hour. Up to 35 miles an hour. Winds coming. Tonight, partly cloudy. Early from the 40s. With winds 15 to 25 miles an hour. Up to 35 miles an hour. Tonight, partly cloudy. Showers in the mid 50s. With winds 10 to 20 miles an hour. Up to 25 miles an hour. Tonight, mostly clear. Clouds and winds upper 30s. Weather forecast for Denver and Boulder. Partly cloudy with 20% showers. Highs in the mid-50s. Northwest winds 10 to 15 miles an hour with gusts up to 30 miles an hour. Partly cloudy. Low from the 30s. Partly cloudy with 20% rain showers. Highs in the upper 50s. Mostly cloudy with potential showers and some scattered thunderstorms. Low from the low 40s. Upper 50%. Showers and scattered thunderstorms. Highs in the lower mid-60s. Tonight, rain showers with 10 to 20% thunderstorms. Lows in the 40s. Rain 60%. Monday, rain showers likely and scattered thunderstorms. Highs around 40. Rain 60%. Monday night, mostly cloudy with potential showers and some scattered thunderstorms. Lows in the mid to upper 40s. Sunday, rain 50%. Partly cloudy with potential showers and some scattered thunderstorms. Highs in the upper 60s. Rain 30%. The 11 a.m. information around northeast Iowa. Storms nationally for this Thursday. With 73 degrees. The relative humidity 32%. The wind was out at 45 miles an hour and 90 degrees. With 22.7 inches and falling. Denver and the high temperature was 72. The relative humidity 13%. The winds were out at 12 to 20 degrees. And today partly sunny. The temperature was 71. The wind was southwest 21. The mid-30s.
All right, I am back now from lunch.
The wind was southwest 16.
I see the Quad Cities did eventually test. Good for you, Quad Cities. Good for you. All right. So it looks like I didn't miss too much. This one actually is just happening now.
We now return you to your normal broadcast.
All right. So let's go back on everything in order. Starting with Duluth.
In Duluth, Minnesota, we have just activated the public warning alarm tone.
And then Las
This is a test of
Cruces.
this weather radio station's public warning alarm system. During potentially dangerous weather situations, specially built receivers are automatically activated by the signal to warn of the impending hazard. Tests of these receivers in this alarm system are normally conducted by the National Weather Service Office in Duluth, Minnesota each Wednesday around noon. When there is a threat of or existing severe weather in the area, this test will be postponed until the next available good weather day. The warning alarm will be activated for hazardous watches and warnings for the following areas covered by this weather radio station.
Search
In
window.
Minnesota, Cass, Crow Wing,
Hashtag
Morrison,
opening
Todd,
parenthesis,
Otter
closing
Tail, and
parenthesis.
Wadena counties. This concludes the test of this weather
Opening
radio station.
parenthesis. Closing
We now return
parenthesis.
to our regular program.
All right, next one. Oh, it's right here.
Old alerts
From the National Alarm System, the weekly test of the NOAA Weather Radio Alarm System.
Message. Opening parenthesis.
This test is
Closing
conducted each
parenthesis.
Wednesday from the National Weather Service Office in Santa Teresa, New Mexico, between the hours of 11 a.m. and
Closing
noon.
parenthesis.
During potentially dangerous
Opening
weather situations,
parenthesis. Closing
specially built
parenthesis.
receivers are automatically
Opening
activated to
parenthesis.
warn of the
Closing
impending hazard.
parenthesis.
When there is a threat of or existing severe weather in the area on Wednesday, the test will be postponed to the first available good weather day. Reception of this broadcast and the warning alarm will vary at any given location.
Opening
This
parenthesis.
variability,
Closing
normally more
parenthesis.
noticeable at greater distances from the transmitter, will occur even though you are using a good quality receiver in perfect working order. To provide the most consistent warning service possible, the warning alarm will be activated only for warnings in selected watches affecting the following counties: Doña Ana, Otero, and Sierra. The transmitter for this station is located on a mountain in Las Cruces, New Mexico, and broadcasts on a frequency of 162.400 megahertz with a power output of 100 watts.
Single quote.
If
Single
an
quote.
outage of this transmitter should occur,
Single quote.
some residents of the area may access
Exiting narrator.
Here goes-
by tuning
here
into
goes
the El Paso
Riverton.
NOAA Weather Radio transmitter WXK25, broadcasting on a frequency of 162.475 megahertz. Again, the proceeding has been a test of the NOAA Weather Radio Alarm System. Proceeding signal was Wyoming. The preceding signal was a test of the NOAA Weather Radio Public Warning System for Central Wyoming. The following counties and transmitters are covered by this test: Central Fremont County by WXM61, Northwest Fremont County by WNG723,
You guys see the other one going now?
County by WNG573, Natrona and Converse counties by WXM47, and Johnson County by WNG662. During potentially dangerous weather situations, specially built receivers can be automatically activated by the signal to warn of the impending hazards. Tests of the signal and your receiver's performance are normally conducted by the National Weather Service between 11 a.m. and 1 p.m. on each Wednesday. If there is a threat of severe weather, the test will be postponed until the next available good weather day. Reception of this broadcast, and especially the warning alarm, will vary at any given location. This variability can occur even though you are using a good quality receiver that is in good working order. We now return to our regular programming.
Here's the other one.
The NOAA Weather Radio Public Warning System for Northwest Wyoming. The following counties and transmitters are covered by this test: Teton County by KWN39, Yellowstone National Park by WNG686 and WNG667, Eastern Park County by WNG563, Bighorn and Waukee counties by WNG568, Carbon County of Montana by WNG563, Park County of Montana by WNG686. During potentially dangerous weather situations, specially built receivers can be automatically activated by the signal to warn of the impending hazard. Tests of the signal and your receiver's performance are normally conducted by the National Weather Service between 11 a.m. and 1 p.m. on each Wednesday. If there is a threat of severe weather, the test will be postponed until the next available good weather day. Reception of this broadcast, and especially the warning alarm, will vary at any given location. This variability can occur even though you are using a good quality receiver that is in good working order. We now return to our regular programming.
All right, next one.
The test of the Weather Radio Public Warning System. During potentially dangerous weather situations, specially built receivers are automatically activated by the signal to warn of the impending hazard. This test is normally conducted by the National Weather Service each Wednesday between 11 a.m. and 12 noon. If there is a threat of severe weather, the test will be postponed until the next available non-severe weather day. To provide the most consistent warning service possible, the warning alarm will be activated for watches and warnings affecting parts of eastern Iowa, northwest and west central Illinois, southwest Wisconsin, and northeast Missouri. This concludes the weekly test of the Weather Radio Public Warning System. We now return to normal programming.
All right, next one.
The preceding signal was a test of the public warning system for the National Weather Service radio station, Southeast Wyoming, and in the Nebraska Panhandle. During potentially dangerous situations, specially built receivers can be automatically activated to warn the public of impending hazard. Tests of the signal and receiver performance are normally conducted each Wednesday between the hours of 11 a.m. and noon. If there is severe weather or the threat of severe weather in the area, this test will be postponed until the next good weather day. This warning alarm will be activated for selected watches, warnings, and civil emergencies affecting Southeast Wyoming and the Nebraska Panhandle. We now return you to your normal broadcast.
And here goes Albuquerque now. And now, we're going to do an old favorite of ours. Actually, no, not right now.
This was a test of the NOAA radio warning device. Following the alarm tone, your receiver should have turned on automatically. The alarm tone
Denver?
transmitted should have been heard on any operating receiver in the western Denver suburb. The alarm tone will be used to alert you in times of warning weather and will be followed by a watch. Warning. Southward emergency message 25 miles. This test will be conducted each Wednesday between 11 a.m. and noon. TUMETCO announces this weather threatens.
Hey, at least everybody waited till after my lunch break before doing the test, so that's good news. Remember this? I certainly do. Where we slowed Phenomena 2 down. Yeah, where we slowed it down with Aurora on screen. Absolutely remember this. This is where I'm looking forward to going back to. Yep, this crossing here. Let's speed it up slightly. This is what it sounds like really fast. Surprised none of those signals have gotten upgraded yet. Well, now that I think about it, there's been a few places I haven't been back to in quite some time. That I actually have not been back to in quite some time. Yeah, I can barely see any sign of the railroad. Yeah, not in that area. Ultimate Ninjas Naperville. It's a fitness center. Whirly Ball. Pivot Room Naperville. Let's see, we have Whirly Ball. Naperville. Cannot find Whirly Ball Naperville? That's a shame. But we can just pull up their website and we can see locations. They don't have a Naperville Whirly Ball anymore? Or did it rebrand? That's a shame. That's a shame that it's gone.
This is only a test. The warnings are issued by the National Weather Service in Grand Junction. The warning alarm system will automatically activate weather radio equipped with this tone alert feature. Tests of these weather radio receivers and the warning alarm system are conducted by the National Weather Service in Grand Junction every Wednesday between 10 a.m. and 1 p.m. An exception will be made if severe weather threatens or is forecast to occur in the broadcast area on the day of the test. When this happens, the test will be performed on the next available good weather day. The warning alarm tone will be activated for hazardous watches and warnings for the following counties in western Colorado: Mesa, Garfield, Delta, Montrose, Eagle, Pitkin, Gunnison, Ouray, San Juan, La Plata, Archuleta, Moffett, Route, Montezuma, Dolores, San Miguel, Graham, Jackson, and Summit. In eastern Utah, Uinta, Graham, San Juan, Duchesne, and Emery counties. In northwestern New Mexico, Rio Arriba, and San Juan counties. Once again, the National Weather Service has just conducted a test of the public warning alarm system. We now return to our normal broadcast cycle.
Alright, well, there's Grand Junction. So back to that now. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and bring Tom Ben back. I completely forgot to do that, but better late than never, I suppose. Let's see if I can replicate that pitch. Oh my gosh. At 1.2. Let's hear it at 1.2. Great. We're playing around with songs in various pitches. Backslash, 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 backslash.
Asterisk, opening parenthesis, closing parenthesis,
Closing parenthesis.
closing parenthesis,
Closing parenthesis. Closing parenthesis. No main landmark. No summary available. No summary available. No main landmark. No.
Close button. Max. No previous word.
No previous word. No main landmark. No summary available.
No font information 1 of 9. No advanced font information 2 of 9. No object color and outline information 3 of 9. No paragraph spacing information 4 of 9. No page margin information 5 of 9. No alignment information 6 of 9. No visual effects information 7 of 9. No object layout information 8 of 9. No annotation information 9 of 9. Lock narrator key. Unlock narrator key. 4, 5, 1, cap C, no link item, no link item, no link item, not a narrator command, not a narrator core input, cap CORE, search, not a narrator command, item cannot take focus, double quotes, single quote,
Item cannot take focus.
Item cannot take focus, item cannot take focus.
Item cannot take focus. Ugh. Well, this is the shelter-in-place order from earlier. But I have, as I said, I have Zaxby's, fast food done right. Hey, it's on my recommended feed now. It's in my recommended feed. I was just there this weekend. Ah, that was good. Would I go there again? Yeah, I would. Alright, now, before we go any further, and before I forget, we better see where the heck all the Amtraks are. Because I know it's been a while since we checked. Since I was supposed to check, actually. Because I usually check first thing in the morning. $7:40 a.m., so 7:50 a.m. was when it went through St. Cloud. If I'm looking at the correct information.
Phenomenon 2. 1 phenomenon. Single quote.
Single quote.
Single quote.
Single quote. Single quote.
Single quote. Single quote.
Single quote.
Single quote. Single quote. Semicolon. Semicolon. Opening bracket.
Opening brace. Closing brace.
Opening bracket. Caps lock off. Hyphen. Underscore. 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 Plus sign. Equal sign. Equal sign. Equal sign. Equal sign. Equal sign.
Yeah, I'm looking at it correctly.
Equal sign. 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 Equal sign.
Equal sign.
Equal sign. Equal sign. Equal sign. Vertical bar.
All right. Galesburg is next.
Vertical bar. Vertical bar. Vertical bar. Vertical bar. Backslash. Backslash.
All right. 12-13 was when the Zephyr showed up. And 12-18 was when it left. And there's the 203 again. 4 came before 6. Makes sense. $11:39 was when the Chief showed up. So the Chief came before the Zephyr did. Wow, this day is just interesting all around. The Chief showed up in Galesburg before the Zephyr, and Chicago did a Marine Warning Weekly Test doubleheader today. And that's all I need to see of that, because I saw the back of it. Okay, it should be when the Borealis came. Through Sturtevant, Wisconsin. I need to keep on forwarding this until... I need to keep on forwarding it. Did it even go through on time, though? It did, so... So I have to rewind a few minutes. And then this is where we should see it, so... And then this is where we should see it. Yep, here it is right here. Yep, and that is that. Alright. The Amtraks are done for now. So now we can just wait until later. Now, back to this. Now it's so slow. Let's speed it up again. exiting narrator. Oh, jeez. Oh gosh. The way it sounds. Let's hear the whole thing at the speed. Of course, it's going slightly faster because it's now at 1.2 speed. If I remember, I got a patty melt from Three Corners when I last went there. Teddy's Red Hots. It's a hot dog place. I really want to. I was thinking, now that I think about it, I'd like to give this place a try. There's an old-fashioned jukebox here. It sounds crazy like this at 1.2 speed. That's better. There's Cracker Barrel. I don't know if I'll ever go here. Probably not. What other places have we got? Portillo's in Crestwood. I've been to this Portillo's. It does look quite vintage on the outside. I like that. I like that aesthetic. But there's a lot of vintage aesthetics all around. Cicero Avenue, Route 50, Calsag Channel Bridge. Cicero Avenue, Route 50, Calsag Bridge, Crestwood. Yep, even bridges can be labeled as places on the map. No, What's another spot I've not been to in quite some time? Lawn Aqua Club. Lawn Aqua Club Pool. There's a kids area over here. There's no fountains or anything. So yeah, there's a few places that's been on my mind, but I haven't touched yet. Like what? Pluto's I haven't touched in a while. We've touched Rosie's in March. I'm sure I'd like to do Rosie's again. White Castle, certainly haven't touched that in a while. It's been a while, so it's been a little while since I touched Portillo's. Yep, and here's Jedi's, that's no more. Yep, and now Jedi says permanently closed. So, now it says the place is permanently closed. Because when I checked the last time, it said it was temporarily closed, and now it was updated to mention that the place is now permanently closed. Well, I did enjoy Jedi's when it was good, but when it was not, then that was a whole different story. All right, time for the Pacific time zone, the last one for now. So, Twin Cities.
Showers likely. Highs in the upper 50s.
Coachella don't work. What a shame.
70%. Monday night, mostly cloudy. Chance of rain showers in the
LA works. That's good.
in the lower 40s, partly cloudy. Chance of showers 40% cloudy. Tuesday, mostly cloudy. Forecast in the upper 50s. Southwest around 10 miles an hour.
I don't know what's up with these two. They haven't tested. This one usually waits until 11:30 to do it. Alright, can let this one continue. And Twin Cities strikes first. Oh, and I forgot about one more.
The National Weather Service in Chanhassen, Minnesota has just activated the warning alarm on 13 NOAA weather radio stations across central and southern Minnesota and west central Wisconsin. During dangerous weather situations, these specially built radios are automatically activated to warn for the hazard. Tests of these radios are normally conducted by the National Weather Service in Chanhassen every Wednesday at 1 p.m. If severe weather threatens the area near the normal test time, the test will be postponed until the next good weather day. The warning alarm will be activated for selected watches, warnings, and statements affecting central and southern Minnesota and west central Wisconsin. This concludes the test of the warning system. We now return to normal programming.
I know we have a stream of Hey, this works. Let's do this one.
High 70 to 74.
Yeah, this is where we'll do San Diego then. And San Francisco. And I'll go ahead and get the eBay scavenger hunt ready because we're going to do that next. Reno.
Weekly testing the emergency alert system. During potentially dangerous weather situations, special drone receivers are automatically activated to warn of impending hazards. These receivers normally are conducted by the National Weather Service every Wednesday between 11 a.m. and noon. When there is a threat of severe weather or severe weather is occurring in the area, these tests will be postponed until another day. Again, this has only been a test of the National Weather Service's radio alarm tone.
Regardless, we are going to. Regardless, I'm not adding Salt Lake City or Charleston to tomorrow's monitors. All right, Sacramento's going. I will wait half an hour to see if they do their second one, but if not, then we'll just close them.
A test of the emergency alert system. The following is a test of the emergency alert system.
That was good. All right. All right, well that's that. Let's do this again. You know what? Let's see what else we can do. What else? Let's try Phenomena 4 in this low pitch. Nah, I prefer the original pitch better. Okay. Oh yeah, remember this one? I do. And there's Los Angeles. I'll go ahead and move some of them up to the top, considering that that's what we have left. Good to see that the LA station accepted it. Alright. Time for the scavenger hunt to begin. An unknown originator has issued a required weekly test. Alert is not in filter. Yeah, because it doesn't know what WXP is. That's why. It says alert not in filter. But hey, at least Sacramento did their second test. Alright. So, this is all we have left now. Just these four. I'll move Phenomena. Let's play this from the beginning. And we're still waiting on San Diego. And then we'll just unmute everything else as they go. Alright, what do we have first? an Optiplex 3050 micro. Again, looks very similar to the 3060 micro that superseded it. That's the successor to it. There's a 3070 small form factor. Same as the 3060, except it's a 9th generation i5, not the 8th. That's what it looks like in the BIOS. It's a 5040. Core i5, 6th generation. And it has 11 on it, despite the requirements. And then a 7060 micro. And there is San Diego.
The National Weather Service in San Diego has issued a required weekly test for the following areas in extreme southwestern California: Orange County, Riverside County, San Bernardino County, San Diego County, and the coastal waters from San Mateo Point to the Mexican border and out 60 nautical miles, including San Clemente Island. A test signal was broadcast to test the public warning system. The test is normally conducted between 10 a.m. and noon each Wednesday, weather permitting. The signal was also used to test the activation and emergency readiness of the Skywarn network of radio operators.
All right. And now we are down to 4. This is all that remains now. Well, actually, all but a few, because I forgot a couple. I forgot a couple of them. Yeah, I must have forgotten about a couple of them before we started.
Here is the coastal waters forecast.
Yeah, I must have forgotten a couple of them before we started.
Is for the Cascade Mountains. Southwest winds 5 to 10 miles. Winds were south. Lower 60s. Saturday night, mostly cloudy. A chance of rain. El Paso.
All right, we'll keep these going when one will. So there we go. So aside from Medford, which we'll pull back up once one of them goes. Oh yeah, they're really sending down the freights now. They really are. They're really sending the freights down to Geneva now. And sooner or later, that thing will be, in like an hour or so, that thing's going to be in DeKalb. Yeah, that thing's going to be roaring through DeKalb. So, all right. So, aside from Medford, Phoenix, Flagstaff, and Hanford are all that's left. So, we're already almost done with the Pacific time zone, and this is only like the start of it. It's pretty crazy, isn't it? Alright, what do we have next? An Optiplex 3050 with a 6th generation. 12 gigabytes of RAM. Of course, there's no Wi-Fi because these Optiplex PCs don't come with Wi-Fi in the base configuration. You have to request it separately. I suppose that's something you have to request separately. Here's something a little newer. An Optiplex 5090 small form factor. That does not have CPU or RAM, and I suppose it doesn't have a hard drive either. Yeah, there's no hard drive. No secondary SATA drive or an SSD. So you have to you have to go find the CPU yourself, I suppose. Here's an old 5050 with a 6th gen i5 processor and no hard drive. Yeah, 8 gigs of RAM, no hard drive. Here's what looks to be a lot of 7070 small form factors. I see some newer ones too. 9th generation Intel processors. This is what one of them look like. That's the latch for the CPU. So that's what those look like. Here's a pair of 3050s with 7th generation i5 processors and 4 gigs of RAM. And no hard drive in either. Old 9020 micros, 4th gen i5, Windows 10, 4 gigs of RAM, 500 gigs of storage. Here's a 7090 with 11 Pro on it. Core i5 10th generation. That's what it looks like on the back. Here's a 7060 micro with the i5 A500T, which is the same processor as my micro, the micro I have with me right now. Here's a newer Optiplex 3000 micro, 12th gen i5, 32 gigs of RAM, 256 gigs of storage. Comes with Wi-Fi out of the box. Hey, you didn't even need one of those silly little antennas that you have to attach. Is it that nice? And I see there's an HDMI port, so it would be something I could get my hands on. Corporate lease returns with light signs of use. And of course, they put a clean copy of Windows 11 on it, as that is the OS that originally came with it. And of course, these are the full specs of this model. That's the SSD 2022. That's the graphics, micro, maximum 64. I suppose that, well, sometimes on these eBay pages, the information on the item, like the maximum amount of RAM you can put in, isn't accurate. Only the manufacturer's website is accurate. So you just put in the model, like Optiplex 3060 micro, and you can just search up the manuals, documentation, the setup and specifications documentation explains everything. And of course shows all the connectivity, built-in speakers, built-in Wi-Fi, solid-state drive. But of course, with this being a micro PC, there's also an option to put a 2.5-inch drive in there if you so choose. I'm actually quite surprised that when my father's school had the 3060 micro, I was surprised to see a hard drive caddy inside of there going unused. So I thought, you know what? I would love to put that caddy to use. So I did what I did with it. I took out the hard drive. What I did was I took out the hard drive of my old Inspiron, put it in here, and now it's a perfectly working 2 terabyte mechanical hard drive that's doing all the work inside of this little guy. So 1 terabyte SSD and a 2 terabyte mechanical hard drive with 3 terabytes of storage in total. It's incredible, and I am more than amazed at how well this thing is handling. I am honestly more than amazed at how well it's doing. But yeah, my Dell XPS, which only has a 5th gen processor, is not with me right now. Well, it is here, but my father wants to borrow it for something, so I've went ahead and rented it out to him for a little bit, and then once he's done with whatever with it, then I'll make sure that gets back to me. But then furthermore, I'm still trying to think about what I'd like to do with it. What I'd like to do with that PC, considering that it's not compatible with Windows 11 by default, and the Consumer Extended Security Update program ends in 6 months. It ends on October 13th, 2026, along with Windows 11 24H2 Home and Pro. And I found out that the college PCs, well, the main ones, aside from the ones that, aside from those HP workstations, those are still on 24H2. The HP workstations were upgraded automatically because they aren't managed by an organization. They're not connected to an Azure or Intune domain. They're just under their own. It's under its own separate network. So it's basically under its own separate network. So that's why those PCs have automatically received 25H2. But as for me, I had already updated to 25H2 soon after it was released. But of course, I'm still following along with the upcoming 26H2, which we'll be getting, as I said, around that same time. September, October, somewhere around there. That's when we'll be getting 26H2 for 11. But oh, is it just updated? Local area emergency. It looks like it was just updated. Is this coming off of WHJ84?
Due to local area emergency for Canoli WB, beginning at 2:23 p.m. and ending at 3:23 p.m. Shelter in place.
So that's telling us that the shelter-in-place order is still in effect. So yeah, that tells me the shelter-in-place order is still active. So yeah, so that shelter-in-place order is still in effect. But, well, what am I going to do with that XPS once the consumer ESU program ends? I'm going to wait and see what happens with my part-time job this year, like what other kind of PCs I end up getting my hands on, and if they are compatible with 11. If so, then I will retire that PC. I'll retire that XPS machine. Yeah, that XPS PC. And yes, I will be sacrificing its hard drive and its SSD in the process, and I'll keep that one as a spare SSD to use on another one of my machines if I need to. If I need to use that SSD on another one of my machines. That is if I need to. And then, if not, then I'll keep it going for, as long as I can. I'll just put 10 IoT on there and it'll get updates automatically until 2032. So that's a good way to keep Windows 10 going for another 6 years. So I'd be more than happy to keep Windows 10 going for I would be more than happy to keep Windows 10 going for a few more years after the initial end of support. But yeah, Home and Pro consumer ESU ends in October, but then the business ESU can go up to another 3 years. So that would be 2028 then. So October would be the end of year 1. Then next October would be the end of year 2. So then October 2028 will be the end of the full ESU program for Windows 10. So there is still time to see what other kind of PCs I could get my hands on this year. Here's a Optiplex 7460 all-in-one. I don't know if I have enough room to put an all-in-one PC. I would probably have to sacrifice laptops and stuff in the process if I want to do that. And no, I'm not going to be running something that's on, all the time. Which is why I mainly use these, which is why I have these desktops, connected to a monitor that I can just turn on and off and the desktop will still be running, so. Yeah. I've kind of had enough of Phenomena 5. I don't want that running for too long. Because then I'm going to get obsessed with it. So, who knows what kind of PCs what other kind of Windows PCs I'll be seeing or possibly getting my hands on this year. Who knows? We'll have to wait and see. But then, as I also stated, there is actually one final thing. There is actually one more thing I'd like to do with 3670 before I perform a factory reset on it. There's one last thing I'd like to do with it. I'd like to see if I could put it on Windows. I'd like to see if I could put it on 11 Pro by using a license code from one of my Optiplexes. So, although Dell's documentation says that the Pro version isn't supported, but I mean, it is possible to run Windows Pro. It's just that there's no product code on the motherboard from the factory. That's the whole reason why. So, hence why when I do the Windows 11 USB, it just defaults to the addition on the motherboard because it looks for the product key embedded in the motherboard, and and then it just matches it up with the addition. So the product key on the 3670 is for Windows Home, so I plug in any old Windows 11 USB and it will pull up Windows Home. The product key is for Pro, as in the case of the Optiplexes, it will pull down Windows Pro, and then it will let me install Windows Pro. However, I gotta get that BitLocker thing figured out, because apparently that's how Windows 11 is now. BitLocker is turned on automatically, but I've only done the installation. I'm not attaching anything else. I'm not attaching anything else to that PC. Otherwise, if I attach a Microsoft account to it, it's going to turn on BitLocker, and then it's going to be messed up. But, I mean, it's a good thing I'm only doing it on that PC because I'm not keeping too much info on there. But if we're talking like a home PC, like my main system, yeah, that would be an utter disaster.
This is a test of the National Weather Service's radio warning tone alarm, and it is being run in conjunction with a routine weekly test of the emergency alert system. During potentially dangerous weather situations, specially built receivers are automatically activated to warn of the impending hazards. Tests of these receivers normally are conducted by the National Weather Service every Wednesday between 11 a.m. and noon. When there is a threat of or existing severe weather in the area, these tests will be postponed until another day. Again, this has only been a test of the National Weather Service's radio warning alarm tone.
All right. So there's Hanford. We should be hearing from Medford soon. At this point, I'm going to go ahead and put Medford on because we've already gone past the point of no return in this case of Pendleton. We were supposed to hear them test, but they did not. But yeah, a little bit of a summary as to why I want to do the factory reset on my 3670 again. It's because now it's not the network driver. I've confirmed it's not the network driver. It is something related within the operating system, deep within the OS itself. it actually started when I rolled back from the 24H2 Insider Preview to 23H2, back when it was on the Insider Preview, and now I can't even reinstall Chrome Remote Desktop, and I can't even do network shares. Well, I can still set up network shares, but none of my other PCs are going to be able to communicate with it. So that's a problem because I wanted to put those hard drives in there so I could do network shares, so I could access those contents of those drives over the networks. Like, so I don't have to carry over a USB drive and have to just put in. So that way I don't have to carry over a USB flash drive over and over again. So that way everything is just going to be right then and there accessible. So I said I would do this somewhere within the next. So I said I would do this somewhere within the next few months. Yeah, somewhere within the next few months. But it seems like now I might have to get to it sooner. And yep, here's Medford. And then we'll be down to just Arizona, and then that'll be it.
Warning device. During potentially dangerous weather situations, specially built receivers are automatically activated to warn of the impending hazard. Tests of these receivers normally are conducted by the National Weather Service every Wednesday between 11 a.m. and noon. When there is a threat of or existing severe weather in the area on Wednesday, the test is postponed until the next good weather day.
Okay, so there's that. So yeah, these so a little bit of a sort of a summary recap, whatever, from last year. My father's school bought 2 of these Optiplex Micros, these Optiplex 7010 Micro PCs. They did buy them refurbished, so at least they did save some money instead of just buying them brand new. So at least they did spend some. They did save some money in the process. But when I was looking at the specs of each and every one of those, I was thinking, isn't 32 gigabytes a little too extreme for a workplace environment? Just for a standard workplace environment? I mean, 16 gigabytes is doable. So, I mean, when I looked at the RAM slots, there were just 2 16 gigabyte sticks in both of them. So I ended up swapping out. So I ended up taking out 2 16 gigabyte sticks, one from each of the 2, and I threw them into the 3060 Micro. Hence why it now has 32 gigabytes of RAM. This is so I can do, all my VMware stuff, and so it can handle WPLD on the road and whatnot. So that's really the whole reason why I could not say no to this micro. I could not say no in any possible way. I could not say no. I had to, because that Inspiron 5520 was just an absolute pain in the butt. Tried 11 on it. I mean, while it did work decently, it couldn't even handle Linux. It couldn't even handle subsystem for Linux at all. It was just terrible. Tried it with a ThinkPad, and I paired it with a ThinkPad, and while it did perform better, there were some issues with it.
Between the hours of 10 a.m. and noon Mountain Standard Time.
And it's not related to the hard drive, as far as I know.
This test will be postponed until the next fair weather day. This concludes the weekly test of NOAA Weather Radio.
So there's that. So yeah, I did find out it was one of the hard drives because the small form factor had just been cutting on and off. So it seems like switching out the hard drive did actually end up fixing the issue. So it doesn't seem like it does seem like it's not cutting out abruptly anymore, like before. Well, that's because I wanted to try a 2 terabyte drive instead of there, and this is the only other one that works. Well, I did try to use whatever life was left in it, so Yeah, I'm not gonna put that back in there. I'm just gonna leave it alone.
Temperature was 80 degrees. Dew point 38.
Five, three, five. When you can do so safely.
Did I miss it?
You may also post your report to the Charleston, West Virginia Facebook page or by using the Twitter.
I think I missed it.
This is NOAA Weather Radio. All hazards. Station W.
Let's see if it replays it.
in West Virginia. Broadcasting on
Yeah, let's see if it replays the product.
Originating from the National Weather Service Office in Charleston, West Virginia. These are the regional weather observations at 2 p.m. in Charleston under partly sunny skies.
It's not going to.
A shelter in place for all areas around the Catalyst Refiners Facility and Institute has been lifted. Authority of Emergency Services.
All right, the shelter in place order has been lifted. That's what that update was for. So that's the all clear message. So the shelter in place order has been lifted for that area after being active since 9 o'clock this morning, as far as I've seen. So good to know that situation has been taken care of and dealt with and whatnot. But going back to the whole story here, I was saying that they had been getting rid of two of these Optiplex PCs. When I saw the 3060 sitting there in the corner of the room, I was thinking, you know what? If this is compatible with 11, then yeah, it's definitely coming with me. So I got it. It's in my hands now, and now it has a second life. So now it has a second life in my possession, and I'm actually quite proud of all the adjustments I've made to it, including adding more RAM, putting in an SSD, another NVMe SSD to be more exact, and a 2.5-inch hard drive that actually works. So it has 512 gigabytes. The good thing I found out my Inspiron 3670 can take 2 extra 2.5-inch drives. So yeah, I went ahead and mounted those to the best of my ability. But I'd probably need larger mounting screws for those, but that's fine. So yeah, of course I'm using one right now to store Yahtzee and Ticket to Ride episodes, and then I have a second one that's just storing what's left of classic stuff. Well, basically some old stuff, and yeah, of course I see all the defaults were reset after I moved this back to stable. But yeah, another problem that this 3670 is having is it isn't related to the SSD, because I know it shouldn't be doing this, but for some reason now it takes like 10 minutes for the Explorer shell to even respond. Yeah, to even respond. And what I mean by even respond is that, while I can actually do stuff, I can actually open programs and whatnot, it takes 10 minutes, not only for me to be able to interact with the Explorer shell, but also it takes 10 minutes just for the Wi-Fi driver to be initialized. So honestly, I don't know why that is or how that even is in the first place. But hey, it does seem like it's functioning even with the rain meter gadget present. So I guess that's good that it's functioning the way it should. Now, the only other way then, so that's one of the reasons. The other reason, so those are basically the two reasons this time why I want to do a factory reset on it. The other time was to fix the Wi-Fi driver and I thought it was going to fix the disk drive, but apparently it did not. It did not do anything. It did not do anything to fix the disk drive. But I mean, the disk drive itself still works. I can still, it'll still read disks and whatnot, but the operating system itself is no longer recognizing it. But I mean that's the thing. Disk drive, people are barely using DVDs anymore because pretty much now we're in an era of video on demand and streaming. So now we're in an era of video on demand and streaming, which was a big reason why which is why Saturday morning cartoons on broadcast television are obsolete now. Well, that was one of them, and also because it was difficult to sell that kind of content to the big networks like ABC, CBS, Fox, the CW, all that. But that's besides the point. But then in terms of video on demand, of course, there's also Pluto TV, which I first came across a few years ago. Ugh, the old start menus back, it's still there. Yeah, by the time I do the factory reset, I'm sure it'll fix everything. That's at least what I'm hoping for. I'm hoping everything will be fixed by the time I do this, but I'm looking to do it somewhere within the next few months, either next month or in June, sometime in June. But let's see. I found a video. I think I remember I found a video that talks about how Microsoft is saying that the built-in Defender security antivirus is good enough, and that a third party isn't really all that needed. Okay, for some reason now the Pluto TV app won't even open. I can still open Edge, but let's see if I can. Let's see if it still shows it on this list. More through apps. Here we go. View apps. Okay, it says the app is not installed anymore. Huh. Okay. It says it's not there anymore, which is disappointing. But of course I can, yep, here we go. App available, and I can reinstall it, and then it will be good to go. I'll just give it a second. There we are. Just do whatever with it. Alright, let's see. Okay, I suppose that fixed the shortcut. It didn't just pick another I just didn't do anything else with it. So alright, that's good enough. So yeah, as I said, I'm looking to do the factory reset, but before I do that, I would like to get this device back. I would like to get this device back onto Bitdefender. I would like to get this PC back onto Bitdefender after the reset is complete. And plus, this I do not think is going to be as bad as... It isn't going to be as bad as it originally was, because I had already moved all the contents of the primary onto the small form factor PC. So pretty much now the 3670 is now a secondary. It's been pretty much demoted to a secondary PC. And considering how well the small form factor is doing, at this point, I'm going to be pretty much keeping the configuration like this. So once that ends up being the case, I will have to print out new labels for the radio server, secondary server, travel server, all that stuff. So, But for the 3060, it's going to be a little more. It's going to be a larger mouthful. It'll be like WPLD travel server / Plainfield TV server, or WPLD travel / Plainfield TV server, something like that. Yeah, and then this will be secondary, and then WPLD primary. But I don't know where I'm going to put the label, though. Probably on the case. But, yeah. The label's already... Yeah, it seems like on there the label was already beginning to peel away over the course of time. Alright. Yeah, we're done with the... Yeah, we're done with Discord for now because we're going to be transitioning to our games. Because we're going to transition to our games here soon. Yeah, because we're going to transition to our games here very soon. Just make sure that we're still on. Yeah, there we are. So yeah, the main WPLD isn't going to be affected by the reset. It'll just be the secondary and the weather scan network that will be temporarily off the air while the reset is being done. But of course, I'll let the small form factor handle. I'll just have the small form factor display a card on the weather scan network while we're doing the reset. But of course, I'll need to make sure I have a backup of everything, that I want to keep on here. But I'm not going to be keeping much, honestly. Because, there's a whole lot of stuff. And I'm not going to be storing too much more on this system anyway. Like, I'll just probably take over all the old Weather HDS stuff and just, keep that as archives. Everything else, I can pretty much just get rid of it. I would also then keep HDS2 as an archive, so maybe we might want to move those off too. So yeah, I'd keep all those as archives, and then I'll just keep all of these as archives. This I'll move off of here as well, and then the rest of them we can just pretty much let the rest of them. That's like a clean slate of Asmara, which I don't need. Because I don't need that clean slate of Asmara anymore, because I've actually fully set it up to, everything. So I don't need that clean copy. And if I need to make any other adjustments, then I can just take the backup from the secondary. And, if I want to set up a third one, then, me be me. I can set up a third one and it will serve as, but I think just the independent WPLD and the secondary working together, I'd say these two have been doing a very good job on their own. So it isn't really, to me, it isn't really necessary to add another PC just to separate monitors and stuff. The secondary on its own is doing a good job. Now that I've switched the hardware around, so yeah, now that I switched the hardware around, so yeah, the small form factor, that's going to be the new primary, and the 3670 will become the new secondary. So again, when we get to June, I'll also make the adjustments of changing the name of the small form factor PC to. Oh, that's the current one that's running right now. So we're not gonna get rid of it. We're just gonna. Well, we need to leave it on. So yeah, just keep the old. I'm just moving over all the old stuff, so I don't need all the new stuff. The current stuff moved over. So yeah, that's what I plan to do within the next few months, and then once if they end up getting rid of a Windows 11 capable PC like an 8th gen or a 9th gen Intel, and maybe if it's a laptop, I'll be more than happy to take it. But if it's a desktop though, oh boy, I don't know how much more room I can make for any of this stuff. I really just do not know how much more room. But also, just like last year, when a newer PC comes in, some older ones have to go out. Are going to have to move out. They're going to move on out. And this time it will be the ThinkPads that will be sent away. Because yes, those two ThinkPads were the sort of the last pieces of the original Nostalgic Paradise lineup. You know, when I started that series in 23 and then concluded it in 25. Yeah, I actually enjoyed making that. But yeah, I knew its time had come. I wanted to do the end of Windows 10 for its final episode, and I know there were going to be a bunch of archives, and I wanted to do a lot of things with it, but then actually ended up taking the series in a completely different, taking the show in a completely different direction than what I originally wanted to take it. But regardless of that fact, still did a pretty decent job in getting, everything with the series and whatnot. But yeah, again, before I end up resetting the PC one more time, and hopefully this will be the last time I have to do it, I want to see if I could upgrade the license from Home to Pro using the product key from one of my Optiplex PCs. And there's even a little promo there to upgrade to Windows 11 Pro. That of which I'm not going to do. That I'm not doing today, of course. I'm not doing that today. But I want to try that. I want to give it a try like one more time before I do the factory reset. Just before I factory reset the machine. But then I also have to devise a plan as to how I want to factory reset it. I was thinking I'll just restore it to the factory install. I'll just restore it to the installation from the factory. Then update it to 22H2. Then that'll be able to get me onto Windows 11. So kind of be doing like a little upgrade saga, essentially. But not quite what you think it is, so. And even better, I'll be setting it up with a local account, not a Microsoft account, and I won't be putting those Talking Friends back onto this machine. Because this was my old made PC, and all this other stuff that I had on here, I barely ever use anymore. So, yeah, its time has come, essentially, at this point. But whatever new PC ends up coming into my hands this year, hopefully it will be a good. Hopefully it's going to be a good PC, and maybe something that'll work better than that Inspiron 7506. I might actually end up sending that one away. Might actually end up sending that PC away if this other one that I get ends up working. Well, right now, nothing's set in stone. We'll think about it as time. I'll think about what we're going to do as time goes on. Well, I'm actually going to keep the 7601 because it is doing pretty well. I might have to check and see what's going on the inside. But yeah, it's quite a difficult feat, but yeah. I sure hope those two that got these micro PCs, I sure hope they're enjoying it. I sure hope they are. All right. And I see we have a color clash again. It's clashing between blue and then there we go. Now it's all blue. It's weird that the colors don't change on everything initially. You have to change it a second time just to get it to change. All right, so since we have a few minutes before we start our games here for today, for those of you who might just be joining us right now, well, we're glad to have you here. So, here's what's happened so far since we started this morning. Well, of course, we got the letters for our word game, which we will do later on in the show, as we always do. In terms of the weeklies, everybody went on the Eastern Seaboard, so that's great that everybody tested on the East Coast. Now, Northern Indiana, on the other hand, not only did their weekly, as they usually do, but they issued a marine warning just 3 minutes later. So less than 5 minutes after they sent their test out. But when we got to the Central Time Zone, the Quad Cities tested an hour and 20 minutes late. Salt Lake City did not test at all. Charleston, West Virginia also did not test at all. Now, why is that, you may ask? Well, that's because they were issuing a series of local area emergency messages related to a chemical spill in Kanawha County, West Virginia. And I suppose they did not want to run their weekly while that local area emergency was going on, because I'm sure that would confuse a lot of people. And that's fair. That's fair enough. That's fair enough. Focus on what's going on and not anything else of that is less important, like the weekly test in that case. So just do it tomorrow then. So that's what they're going to do. Now, Chicago, on the other hand, I was in for quite a surprise. Not only did they issue a marine warning, but they also sent the weekly test out at the same time. So they issued a marine warning. It went over both Lockport and Chicago, and Crystal Lake as well. But not only that, the weekly test came right after that. So marine warning, weekly test, doubleheader. Which, honestly, I don't think I have ever seen that happen before. I have not seen this happen before, so this was a pretty interesting sight today, honestly. A very, very interesting sight to see. Yeah, an interesting sight to behold. So yeah, that's what happened. And of course, played around with audio clips and whatnot. So nothing else too different about that. All right, here goes Seattle. And we're going to go ahead and get the games ready. I'll wait for Seattle to finish relaying all the way. And then when that is done, then I'll reset the station to not only remove the ones who have tested already,
This is a test of the emergency alert system and NOAA weather radio's warning alarm. During potentially hazardous weather situations, the National Weather Service transmits a signal that automatically...
I'll swap out the Monopoly game. We'll swap out for the Monopoly game.
The receivers are normally conducted by the National Weather Service every Wednesday near 12 noon. When there is a threat or existing severe weather in the area on Wednesday, the test is postponed until the next day without a severe weather threat. The following tones will conclude this test.
All right, so I'll allow it another minute for the test to be entirely relayed over the main, and then I will reset it, and then we will get started with our games here. So, of course, we'll do our games as we usually do. So, of course, in just a moment, we'll be doing Wheel of Fortune Deluxe, and then, of course, that will be followed by Hyperbowl and Monopoly. So that'll be followed by those two games. And then we'll be stopping Monopoly, let's see, about 4:45, so I could get ready for my evening class tonight. And then depending on what ends up happening when I get back home tonight, well, it depends on how much time I have. That is when I'm going to. That's when we're going to take care of the floor. That's going to air tonight on Fox. And doing the math, we're already a quarter of the way done with the competition. We got like 76 or 75 people left. So we still have a long way to go, but we're a quarter of the way done already. So yeah, when we get to the halfway point, this is where the territory freeze would come in. So that's a new twist this year. So sounds very exciting. Also, the Greatest Average American Hollywood Squares are going to have their season finales tonight. For the Greatest Average American, it's probably going to be a series finale because I don't. Just like Lucky 13, I don't think it did well enough to be renewed for another season on ABC. But who knows? We'll have to see what happens when they calculate. We'll have to see what they decide when they calculate the ratings of all 8 episodes that have aired. All right, station is in, so I no longer need the remote connection. Yeah, well, I don't need the remote connection. I will need that desktop one more time for Max Weather's test when that ends up happening at 4 p.m. But it depends if it's even active at that time. Well, it depends on if it's even active at that time. So, yeah, it depends on if it's even active at that time. But we'll wait and see what happens. And then if we don't get to the floor tonight, based on other circumstances, as far as I've been told, we're probably going to wait on that until maybe the weekend, perhaps. So that might hinder our weekend fun and games show a little bit. But hey, it'll be worth it, right? Yeah, right. It's going to be absolutely worth it. I'm honest. I'm being very honest. It is going to be absolutely worth the wait. So, of course, all those other shows that I just said, America Says, Flipside, Perfect Line, Greatest Average American, Hollywood Squares. I'll take care of all that tomorrow. I'm going to try to get up early again to allow myself enough time to get those shows taken care of. Of course, I'll be taping more Wheel of Fortune, and then I'll continue working on that Minecraft world that I've been working on for the last several weeks. Now, pretty much in terms of that world, we're in the home stretch now. I just got to build those 2 system interchanges, bridges, and then those power line towers, which I'll be doing over the next couple of days. And then when we come on for Minecraft on Sunday, we'll put the finishing touches on it officially. So, in terms of that, that's really where the project currently stands. But going back to the main point tonight, if we do end up taking care of the floor, we'll do that, and then we'll do the word game afterwards. And whatever time is left before 10 p.m., we'll do the scavenger hunt again. We'll see what else we can find on eBay. I actually haven't checked that. I haven't checked that GitHub page in a while. I haven't checked it in a while. Let me see. I wonder if Hayes Weather Radio has been updated in some way. Well, when I last checked it was updated 2 days ago, so. Yeah, it was last updated 3 days ago, it says. The thing is pulling stuff down now, so that's good. I might test it out more during the evening class tonight, depending on how much time is left, but I'll think about it. So, oh yeah, and testing that further, I'll do that. I'll probably do that following the completion of the Travel Series remake, the County Request episode from May 16th, and, college final exam. Basically, there's a whole lot of things I gotta make up, so I probably should get that written down on there. All right, so with that being said, let's not keep this thing, let's not keep holding this thing up, and we're gonna get started with And we're going to get started with Wheel of Fortune here. I see Landon WX got the Siren Test from March. Let's see, Texas Gulf Coast got the Houston Weekly. That's the Marine Warning that was issued after the weekly test, I believe.
Eastern Daylight Time at 12:44 p.m. Eastern Daylight.
So that was 11:44 a.m. And then all the NWR stuff from Thunder Buddy, and Accurate got the Indianapolis test. And other than that, that's it. All right. Let's go ahead and unmute the desktop audio. Let's get started. All right. Well, there we go. We got through Hyper Bowl. Now we're going to head back to Vista to play Monopoly. And that will be the last game we will play for this first part here. And then, of course, you know what we do next after this, right? Yep, Tomba new stuff and everything else in between. So I'm going to go ahead and get the virtual machine up and running again. Yeah, meanwhile, just playing around with Tom Ben clips. Yeah, some of them from our fun and game show over the weekend. Yeah, and during that whole time when we were doing Wheel of Fortune, I found some of those commercials and whatnot. What's this one? Yeah, there's a lot of this stuff. The KPWBID is WB affiliate in Iowa. Well, I don't even know if it exists. Well, I know the WB itself doesn't exist anymore. It's long gone. But all right, now for Monopoly. Here, let me put the.
Or click New Player. Pick a token, any token.
How about the dog?
So, add more. You can,
And
which
just
token
pick a
suits
bunch
this?
of-
You can add.
just
What's
let
the
'em,
strength of this? Which to? All right then.
Just
Add, well,
just
if
pick
and this
difficulties
you
at
can
random.
add. You can pick which to. All right. How tough do you want? Which? When everybody's
Yep,
ready,
let's start.
would you like to change the board?
Why don't we do Atlanta this time?
Would you like to play with the standard rules or use some custom variations?
Yep, these are the custom variations we're doing. Let's go.
Okay, doggy. Good luck.
You made a good choice picking me.
Niner. Roswell.
Smells like home to me.
It's showtime!
Looks like 7 to me. Chance. Advance to St. Charles Place. If you pass go, collect $200.
Home sweet home!
Okay, Iron, press on.
I can't wait to get started.
A nickel. The perimeter.
You'll have to do better than that.
Top hat. Toss those ivories.
Proceed!
8. Looking great. Dunwoody.
Don't I own this? Ah, of course I do. Yes!
Anchors away.
We got 5. The perimeter.
You'll have to do better than that to sink me.
Show us your stuff, horse and rider.
I'm up for an adventure.
Niner. Roswell.
That's chum's change.
Okay, doggy. Good luck. Lucky 7. Peachtree Street.
It's still money.
You're up, Shoe. Good luck. 5. Peachtree Street.
Back in my day, this would buy you a good meal.
An AI player wants a trade. An AI player wants a trade. An AI player wants a trade. Uh-oh, the trade is canceled. Your turn, Iron. Eater from Decatur. Stone Mountain Park.
You'll have to do better than that.
Top Hat, roll and good luck.
Another kick at the can.
A deuce.
Just visiting. How fortunate.
Looks like 7 to me. Community chest. Let's look. Get out of jail free. This card may be kept until needed or sold. Battleship, you're out. We got 6. Centennial Olympic Park. It's your turn, Horse and Rider. 5. Piedmont Park.
Good. No toll to pay.
Okay, doggy. Good luck. Eight. Let's see where that takes us. Piedmont Road.
It's still money.
Ace, deuce, 3. Bindings.
Smells like home to me.
Shoe. Let's hit the bricks.
I don't have cold feet. I'm raring to go.
We got 4.
Think I'll just sit a spell.
Okay, Iron. Press on. We got 5. Underground.
No dust anywhere. Must be my place.
Roll those dice. 8. Georgia 400.
A railroad? I've been riding a gravy train for years. Why not? Positively.
Battleship, you're out. 8. International Boulevard.
You'll have to do better than that to sink me.
Horse and Rider, you have the dice. Looks like a 4 to me. Underground.
That's chum's change.
Looks like 7 to me. Georgia 400.
That's chum's change.
Let's get going. We got 6. Community chest. What's it going to be? Life insurance matures. Collect $100. It's your turn, Shoe. Snake Eyes. Chance. You feeling lucky? Make general repairs on your property. For each house, pay $25. For each hotel, $100. Looks like a 4 to me.
Fortune smiles on he who perseveres. Geezer power! Yes!
Okay, Iron, press on. Half a dozen. Piedmont Road.
You'll have to do better than that.
Top Hat, toss those ivories. Looks like 11 to me. Chance, let's see what it is. Take a ride on the Reading. If you pass go, collect $200. Here's some easy money.
Don't I own this? Ah, of course I do. Yes!
You have the dice battleship. 8.
Bindings. You'll have to do better than that to sink me.
It's your turn, horse and rider. 8. Community chest. Show me that card. Christmas fun matures. Collect $100. Your turn, doggy. Hey, doubles, 12. Back so soon? Here's your $200. The perimeter. Ace, deuce, 3. Dunwoody.
It's still money.
Roll the ivories. Looks like a 9. Where does that take us? Downtown Connector.
Back in my day, this would buy you a good meal.
Okay, Iron, press on. 6.
A good place to cool my jets, all right.
Top Hat, it's up to you. You rolled a 3. Dunwoody.
Don't I own this? Ah, of course I do. Yes!
Let's keep this game rolling. Looks like a 4 to me. Druid Hills.
You'll have to do better than that to sink me.
It's your turn, horse and rider. We got 6. Midtown.
Nice property, if you have the coin. Easy call.
Okay, doggy. Good luck. Both hands, 10. Underground.
It's still money.
Okay, Shoe, roll those dice. 4. Midtown.
Back in my day, this would buy you a good meal.
Your turn, Iron. An AI player wants a trade. Trade concluded. 6. Top Hat, it's up to you. 8. Peachtree Street.
I guess I can afford that.
You have the dice battleship. 6. Buckhead.
You'll have to do better than that to sink me.
Eater from Decatur. Here's some easy money. The perimeter.
You'll have to do better than that to sink me.
Show us your stuff, horse and rider.
Pretty swank.
We got 6. Another turn around the board, another $200.
That's chump change.
Okay, doggy. Good luck. Three. Peachtree Road.
It's still money.
Shoe, let's hit the bricks. 4. Back so soon? Here's your $200.
Back in my day, this would buy you a good meal.
Your turn, Iron. Six. Let's keep this game rolling. Ace, deuce, 3. International Boulevard.
I guess I can afford that.
Battleship, you're out. 7. Electric Company.
You'll have to do better than that to sink me.
Good luck, horse and rider.
I'm in no big hurry.
12. Boxcars. Community chest. What's it going to be? Pay hospital. $100. Both hands. 10. Bindings. A computer opponent is proposing a trade. The trade is complete. You rolled a 3.
All right, we can lay low for a while.
Move along here. Let's go. Aider from Decatur. Ansley Park.
It's still money.
Shoo, let's hit the bricks.
Bet your boots.
We got 5. Dunwoody.
Back in my day, this would buy you a good meal.
Your turn, Iron. We got 4. Top Hat, it's up to you. Aider from Decatur. Bindings.
I guess I can afford that.
11.
Must they always tax us poor rich people so mercilessly?
Battleship, you're out. 9. Peachtree Road.
You'll have to do better than that to sink me.
Whose turn is it? Come on.
Giddy up.
We got 10.
Nice town to have free parking.
Your turn, doggy. Six. Downtown Connector.
It's still money.
We got 6. Pass go. Collect $200. It's easy.
It's still money.
Okay, Shoo. Roll those dice. Cinco. Stone Mountain Park.
Back in my day, this would buy you a good meal.
Your turn, Iron.
Away we go.
We got 6. Peachtree Street.
You'll have to do better than that.
Top Hat, it's up to you.
A fellow like me could get used to this place.
7. Money for nothing. Here you go. $200. The Perimeter.
Don't I own this? Ah, of course I do. Yes!
Battleship, you're out. We got 5. Virginia Highlands.
You'll have to do better than that to sink me.
Show us your stuff, horse and rider. Looks like 7 to me. Bindings.
That's chum's change.
Roll those bones, doggy. Snake eyes.
Smells like home to me.
10. Stone Mountain Park.
It's still money.
Okay, Shoe, step on it.
You should walk a mile in my shoe.
6. International Boulevard.
Back in my day, this would buy you a good meal.
It's Iron's turn. 6 and 5, 11. Bindings.
You'll have to do better than that.
Top Hat, it's up to you. Lucky 7. Electric Company.
I guess I can afford that.
Battleship, you're out. Eater from Decatur. Morningside.
You'll have to do better than that to sink me.
Good luck, horse and rider. 6. Community chest. What'll it be? Pay out or be paid? Income tax refund. Collect $20. 12. Here's your salary, $200. The perimeter. Looks like a 4 to me. Roswell.
That's chum's change.
Your turn, doggy. A nickel. Underground.
It's still money.
Okay, Shoe, roll those dice. 2. Peachtree Road.
Home, sweet home.
A nickel. Virginia Highlands.
Home, sweet home.
Okay, Iron, press on.
Let's get at it.
We got 6. Community chest. What'll it be? Pay out or be paid? You have won second prize in a beauty contest. Collect $10. You've got control of the dice, Top Hat. We got 10. Chance. I love surprises. Get out of jail free. This card may be kept until needed or sold. Niner. Druid Hills. Let's keep this game rolling. 8. Here's your salary, $200. Community chest. What's it going to be? Receive for services, $25. Looks like 7 to me. Roswell. Show us your stuff, horse and rider. 12. Boxcars. Peachtree Road.
That's chum's change.
7. Waterworks.
Surprised it's still for sale. Boss.
Roll those bones, doggy. Looks like a 4 to me. Chance. I love surprises. Advance to go. Collect $200. Here's your salary again, just for passing go. Shoo, let's hit the bricks. Hey, doubles, 12.
We never had this in the 20s.
We got 4. Around the board again. Here's your $200. Community chest. Show me that card. Go to jail. Go directly to jail. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200.
At least I'll get 3 squares a day.
Good luck, Iron. We got 4. Buckhead.
No dust anywhere. Must be my place.
A nickel. Back so soon? Here's your $200. Community chest. What'll it be? Pay out or be paid? Advance to go. Collect $200. $200. That's easy money. Top hat. Toss those ivories. 3. Morningside.
I guess I can afford that.
You have the dice battleship. Looks like a 9. Where does that take us? Underground.
You'll have to do better than that to sink me.
Show us your stuff, horse and rider.
Great day for a ride.
We got 10.
That's not a fair fight.
Roll those bones, doggy. A nickel. The perimeter.
It's still money.
Okay, Shoo, roll those dice. We got 6. Your turn, Iron. Looks like 7 to me. Chance, you feeling lucky? Advance token to nearest utility. If unowned, you may buy it from the bank. If owned, throw dice and pay owner a total 10 times the amount thrown. Half a dozen. Top hat, roll and good luck. Ace, deuce, 3. Buckhead.
I guess I can afford that.
You have the dice battleship. Niner. Bindings.
You'll have to do better than that to sink me.
Horse and rider, you have the dice. Eater from Decatur. $200. That's easy money.
That's chump change.
Your turn, doggy. 8. Stone Mountain Park.
It's still money.
Let's keep this game rolling. Five. Your turn, Iron. Snake Eyes. Piedmont Park.
You'll have to do better than that.
8. Looking great. Chance, let's see what it is. Take a walk on the boardwalk. Advance token to boardwalk. Midtown. Top hat, it's up to you. Both hands, 10. Here's your salary, $200. Chance, let's see what it is. Bank pays you dividend of $50. Toss those cubes, Battleship. 3.
I shall remain incognito here for a while.
A computer opponent is proposing a trade. Negotiations have been suspended. Sorry. Horse and rider, you have the dice. Both hands, 10. Peachtree Street.
That's chumps change.
4.
Nice town to have free parking.
Lucky 7. Vinings.
That's chumps change.
Okay, doggy. Good luck. A computer opponent is proposing a trade. A computer opponent is proposing a trade. Everyone accepts the trade. Well done. An AI player wants a trade. An AI player wants a trade. Uh-oh, the trade is canceled. Cinco. Underground.
It's still light.
Come on, let's play. A deuce. Electric company.
Bang, bang, this would buy you a good meal.
Good luck, Iron. Eater from Decatur. $200. And you can do everything. Chance. Advance token to the nearest railroad and pay under twice the railroad to which he is otherwise entitled. If railroad is unowned, you may buy it from the bank. Top hat, it's up to you. Looks like 11 to me. Underground. I can hold up. Toss those cubes, battleship. Lucky 7. Horse and rider, you're at the starting gate.
I'm in no big hurry.
6. Community chest. What'll it be? Pay out or be paid? From sale of stock, you get $45. Your turn, doggy. 2. Free parking. Take a break. 7. Vinings.
Smells like home to me.
You're up, Shoe. Good luck. 6. Underground.
Oh, sweet home.
Okay, Iron, press on. Looks like 11 to me. Virginia Islands. You'll have to do better than that. Top hat, it's up to you. Niner. Vinings. I can hold up. Toss those cubes, battleship. We got 6. Horse and rider, you have the dice.
So, this is how the rich folk live.
2. Downtown connector.
That's change.
7. Around the board again. Here's your $200. Community chest. Let's look. You inherit $100. Roll those bones, doggy. An AI player wants to trade. A computer opponent is proposing a trade. Negotiations have been suspended. Sorry. Looks like 7 to me. Morningside. Shoo, let's hit the bricks. Two.
Think I'll just sit a spell.
8. Let's see where that takes us. Waterworks.
Back in my day, this would buy you a good meal.
Good luck, Iron. 12. Boxcars.
Luxury tax? That's a laugh.
5. Pass go. Collect $200. It's easy. Kennesaw.
You'll have to do better than that.
Whose turn is it? Come on. 6 and 5, 11.
Must they always tax us poor rich people so mercilessly?
Battleship, full speed ahead. 12. Boxcars. Chance, I love surprises. Go back 3 spaces. Horse and Rider, you have the dice. 11. Stone Mountain Park.
That's chumps change.
Okay, doggy. Good luck. 5. Midtown.
It's still money.
Okay, Shoo. Roll those dice. Lucky 7. Downtown Connector.
Back in my day, this would buy you a good meal.
Good luck, Iron.
Away we go.
Half a dozen. Roswell.
You'll have to do better than that.
Top Hat. Roll and good luck. 4. Around the board again. Here's your $200. Community chest. Let's see what it is. You are assessed for street repairs. $40 per house, $115 per hotel. 6. Dunwoody.
Don't I own this? Ah, of course I do. Yes!
Battleship. Full speed ahead. Both hands. 10. Ansley Park.
You'll have to do better than that to sink me.
Horse and rider, you have the dice. We got 5. Underground.
That's chumps change.
Okay, doggy. Good luck. An AI player wants a trade. A computer opponent is proposing a trade. A computer opponent is proposing a trade. Negotiations have been suspended. Sorry. 6, $200. And you didn't even do anything.
It's still money.
Shoo, let's hit the bricks. 5. Another turn around the board, another $200. Good luck, Iron. 5. Piedmont Park.
You'll have to do better than that.
You've got control of the dice, Top Hat. 8, looking great. Peachtree Street.
I guess I can afford that.
Battleship, you're out. 8. Buckhead.
You'll have to do better than that to sink me.
Show us your stuff, horse and rider. 9. Vinings.
That's chum's change.
It's over to you, dog. 8. Let's see where that takes us. Stone Mountain Park.
It's still money.
You're up, Shoo. Good luck.
Bet your boots.
9. Roswell.
Back in my day, this would buy you a good meal.
Good luck, Iron. 6.
Good. I'll put my feet up for a sec.
Top Hat. Toss those ivories. Lucky 7. West Paces Ferry Road.
I guess I can afford that.
Let's get going. Looks like a 9. Where does that take us? Money for nothing. Here you go. $200.
I own this? Oh, why? Of course I do, yes.
Horse and rider, you have the dice. 9. Chance, let's see what it is. Paid poor tax of $15. Okay, doggy. Good luck. 7.
Maybe I'll grab a quick nap.
Shoo, let's hit the bricks. 5. Piedmont Park.
Back in my day, this would buy you a good meal.
It's Iron's turn. Snake Eyes. Chance, I love surprises. Go to jail. Go directly to jail. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200.
A good place to cool my jets, all right.
Top Hat, roll and good luck. Looks like a 4 to me. Vinings. Looks like 7 to me. Morningside.
I guess I can afford that.
Let's go. 11. Community chest. Let's look. Bank error in your favor. Collect $200. Horse and rider, you have the dice. 7. Another turn around the board, another $200. Okay, doggy. Good luck. An AI player wants a trade. Everyone accepts the trade. Well done. Niner. Ansley Park. It's still light. Shoot, let's hit the bricks. A pair of sixes. 12. Virginia Islands.
Maggie, it's a value of good meal.
Half a dozen. Brookhaven.
Oh, sweet home.
Good luck, Iron. Eight, looking great. Top hat is up to you. 4.
Must they always tackle us poor rich people so mercilessly?
Tosco Cubes battleship. Eater from the Gator. Georgia 400.
You don't have to do better than that to sink me.
Horse and rider, you have the dice. Cinco. Dunwoody. Roll the ivories. A deuce. Druid Hills. It's still light.
Alright. The match loaded test just started, and it sure looks like my daughter did.
Here's your salary again, just for passing go.
Or
Smells like home to me.
Expired. Well, let's check that now.
7.
Tough luck. I'm not talking for myself.
A weather radio enthusiast that was impacted by the Weather Radio Canada shutdown is
Yep. It says beginning at 4 and ending at 5. Alert is expired.
You're up, shoot.
Oh, well.
Good luck. Lucky 7. Midtown.
Maggie, it's a value of good meal.
Your turn, Iron. Six. Top hat is up to you. Lucky 7. Back so soon. Here's your $200. The perimeter.
And also Stormback got the St. Louis test.
8. Community chest. Let's look. Grand Opera open. Collect $50 from every player for opening night seats.
Great day for a ride.
Looks like 7 to me. Spaghetti Junction. Okay, doggy. Good luck. We got 4. Piedmont Park. It's still light. Shoot, let's hit the bricks. from Decatur. Another turn around the board, another $200. Chance, I love these. Let's look. Advance over to the nearest railroad and pay over twice the railroad to which he is otherwise entitled. If railroad is unowned, you may buy it from the bank. Time to put up or shut up. We got 5. Top hat, it's up to you. Lucky 7. Electric Company. I guess I can hold up. Battleship, you're up.
A very posh port indeed. I'll fit right in.
6. Midtown.
You won't have to do better than that to sink me.
Good luck, horse and rider. 8. Looking great. West Paces Ferry Road. Change. Your turn, doggy. 3. Community chest. What'll it be? Pay out or be paid? Doctor's fee. Pay $50. You're up, Shoe. Good luck. 7. Chance. Advance to Illinois Avenue. Whose turn is it? Come on. 6. Peachtree Street. You'll have to do better than that. Top hat, roll, and good luck. 8. Looking great. I could use a breathe up. Battleship, you're up. We got 6. Around the board again. Here's your $200.
You won't have to do better than that to sink me.
Horse and rider, you have the dice. 8. Looking great. Druid Hills. Good. No toll to pay. 9. $200. And you didn't even do anything. Your turn, doggy. Half a dozen. West Paces Ferry Road.
It's still mine.
It's your turn, Shoe. A nickel. Ansley Park. Maggie, Maggie, big bang you a good meal. Good luck, Iron. 8 doubles, 12. Waterworks. You'll have to do better than that. 8. Let's see where that takes us. Chance. You feeling lucky? You're building a loan matures. Collect $150. We got 10. Pasco. Collect $200. It's easy. Top hat. Roll and good luck. Both hands. 10. I don't hide you. Got mine with smoke. You have the dice, Battleship. Both hands. 10. Spaghetti Junction.
I own this. Oh, why? Of course I do, yes.
8 doubles, 12. Bindings.
You won't have to do better sink me.
Ace, deuce, three.
I shall remain incognito here for a while.
Let's keep this game rolling. 10.
Maybe we can break you out.
Your turn, doggy. 8, looking great. Druid Hills.
It's still money.
Ace, deuce, 3. Morningside.
It's still money.
Okay, shoot. Roll those dice. 4. Community chest. What'll it be? Payout or be paid? Paid school test of $150. Your turn, Iron. We got 4.
If I knew you were here, I'd have baked a cake with a file in it.
8. Underground.
You'll have to do better than that.
Top Hat, it's up to you. 6. Battleship, full speed ahead. 11. Good luck, horse and rider. You roll a 3. Stone Mountain Park.
That's a shell's change.
Roll those bones, doggy. 10. Money for nothing. Here you go. $200. $200 or 10% of your assets. You're up, Shoe. Good luck. 8. Let's see where that takes us. $200. And you didn't even do anything.
Back, eh? This would buy you a good meal.
Your turn, Iron. 10. Waterworks.
You'll have to do better than that.
You got control of the dice, Top Hat. Looks like 11 to me. Toss those cubes, Battleship. Half a dozen. An A-line player wants a trade. The trade is complete. Horse and rider, you have the dice.
I'm in no big hurry.
7.
Nice town to have free parking.
It's over to you, dog. 9. Stone Mountain Park.
It's still money.
Toss those cubes. 6. Chess, I love surprises. You have been elected chairman of the board. Pay each player $50. Your turn, Iron. 6. Morningside. Top Hat, roll and good luck. Ace, deuce, Battleship, full speed ahead. 10. Horse and rider, you have the dice. 8. Looking great. Waterworks.
Good. No toll to pay.
Your turn, doggy. Eater from Decatur. Peachtree Road. It's still light. You're up, Shoe. Good luck. 6. Stone Mountain Park.
Bang, bang, it's bang you a good meal.
Good luck, Iron. 11. $200. That's easy money. The perimeter. You'll have to do better than that. Top hat, it's up to you. 8. Let's see where that takes us. Underground.
I guess I can hold that.
Let's go. 7. Community chest. Let's see what it is. Life insurance matures. Collect $100. Horse and rider, you have the dice. 4. Brookhaven. Okay, doggy. Good luck. 8. Ansley Park. It's still light. You're up, Shoe. Good luck. 7.
Think I just see this film.
It's Iron's turn. 8. Stone Mountain Park. You'll have to do better than that. You got control of the dice, Top Hat. 7. Georgia 400.
Don't I own this? Ah, of course I do. Yes!
You have the dice, Battleship. 11. Waterworks. You don't have to do better than that to sink me. It's your turn, Horse and Rider.
Pretty swank.
Half a dozen.
That's not a fair fight.
Lucky 7. $200. That's easy money. The perimeter.
That's just change.
Okay, doggy. Good luck. 8 from Decatur. Buckhead. It's still light. Okay, Shoe. Roll those dice. 7. Minings.
Bang, bang, it's bang you a good meal.
Good luck, Iron. You roll a 3. Peachtree Street. No, that's anywhere. Must be my place. Come on, let's play. We got 6. Druid Hills.
I guess I can hold that.
Battleship, full speed ahead.
Ahead full.
9. Buckhead. passing through. Looks like 7 to me. Electric Company. Your turn, doggy. We got 6. Here's your salary again, just for passing go.
Smells like home to me.
Okay, shoot. Roll those dice.
Here's what was my shoe.
9. Chess. I love surprises. Advance to St. Charles trip. If you pass, go collect $200. $200. And you didn't even do anything.
Oh, sweet home.
Let's keep this game rolling. 8 doubles, 12. Waterworks. You'll have to do better than that. Looks like 7 to me. Downtown Connector.
No left anywhere.
Must be my place. Top Hat. Toss those ivories. Lucky 7.
Must they always tax us poor rich people so mercilessly?
Strapped for cash, you can always sell buildings, mortgage, property, or trade. You have the dice battleship.
I'm surprised. This neighborhood is almost up to my standards.
Looks like 7 to me. Another turn around the board, another $200.
Good thing this tax is tapped.
Horse and rider, you have the dice. 11. West Paces Fairley Road. Roll those bones, doggy. Looks like a 9. Where does that take us? Electric Company.
Smells like home to me.
Let's do it. Cinco. Peachtree Street.
Maggie, Maggie, did you buy you a good meal?
Your turn, Iron. Eater from Decatur. Here's your salary, $200. Kennesaw. You'll have to do better than that. We got 10. Stone Mountain Park. You'll have to do better than that. Top Hat. Toss those ivories. Looks like 7 to me. Pass go. Collect $200. It's easy. The perimeter.
Don't I own this? Of course I do. Yes!
You have the dice battleship. 8 double 12. Peachtree Street.
You'll have to do better than that to sink me.
9er. Georgia 400.
You'll have to do better than that to sink me.
It's your turn, horse and rider. Get up. Cinco. Waterworks.
Good. No toll to pay.
Okay, doggy. Good luck. Niner. Peachtree Road.
It's still mine.
You're up. off, Shoe. Good luck. Six. Chance. Let's see what it is. Make general repairs on your property. For each house, pay $25. For each hotel, $100. It's Iron's turn. Cinco. Underground. You got control of the dice, Top Hat. 6 and 5, 11. Peachtree Street. I can hold up. Battleship, full speed ahead. 6 and 5, 11. Chance. Take a ride on the radio. If you pass go, collect $200. $200. And you didn't even do anything. Horse and Rider, you have the dice. Half a dozen. Morningside. Nine. Back so soon, here's your $200. Let's keep this game rolling. We got 6. Bindings.
Smells like home to me.
Shoot, let's hit the bricks. Looks like a 4D. Virginia Highlands.
Maggie, this would buy you a good meal.
Lucky 7. Community chest. What'll it be? Payout or be paid? Christmas fund matures. Collect $100. It's Iron's turn. 8. Virginia Highlands. Top Hat, it's up to you. Let's get cracking. Ace, Deuce, 3. International Boulevard.
Don't I own this? Of course I do. Yes!
Battleship, full speed ahead. 10. Spaghetti Junction.
I own this. Oh, why? Of course I do, yes.
Show us your stuff, Horse and Rider. Eater from Decatur. Centennial Olympic Park. Your turn, doggy. 6 and 5, 11. That will be $75, please. You're up, Shoe. Good luck. 7. $200. That's easy money. It's Iron's turn. Half a dozen. Brookhaven. You'll have to do better than that. Top Hat, it's up to you. 8. Let's see where that takes us. Bindings.
I guess I can hold up.
Battleship, you're out. 8. Looking great. West Paces Fairley Road.
You don't have to do better than that to sink me.
Horse and Rider, you have the dice. 9.
Nice town to have free parking.
Okay, doggy. Good luck. 9. Back so soon. Here's your $200. Chance, I love these. Let's look. Advance to go. Collect $200. Here's your salary, $200. Okay, Shoe, roll those dice. 6 and 5, 11. Centennial Olympic Park.
Oh, sweet home!
Your turn, Iron. You roll a 3. Downtown Connector.
Who you staying with? Must be my place.
Top Hat, it's up to you. Lucky 7. Morningside. I can hold up. Battleship, you're up. Lucky 7.
I shall remain incognito here for a while.
Horse and Rider, you have the dice. 8. Let's see where that takes us. Waterworks.
Good. No toll to pay.
Roll those bones, doggy. Looks like a 9. Where does that take us? Roswell.
Smells like home to me.
It's your turn, Shoe. Eight. International Boulevard.
Bang, 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 you good mail.
Your turn, Iron. Looks like a 9. Where does that take us? Money for nothing. Here you go. $200.
Give me your best shot, come on.
Top Hat, roll and good luck. We got 10. Here's your salary, $200.
Taxes. There's no way to avoid them.
11. Spaghetti Junction.
I can hold up.
Battleship, full speed ahead.
I'll show you how it's done.
7. Horse and Rider, you have the dice. Looks like 11 to me. Midtown.
Good. No toll to pay.
It's over to you, dog. 8, looking great. Community chest. Let's see what it is. Bay Hospital, $100. Eater from Decatur. Georgia, 400. We got 4. Ansley Park.
It's still money.
Shoe, let's hit the bricks. 9. Waterworks.
Bang, 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 you good mail.
It's Iron's turn.
Let's do it.
2. Marietta.
You'll have to do better than that.
7. Park. You'll have to do better than that. Top Hat, roll and good luck. 11. Virginia Highlands.
Don't I own this? Of course I do. Yes!
Hey, la boss.
Half a dozen. Horse and Rider, you have the dice.
Nice digs.
Half a dozen. $200. That's easy money. The Perimeter.
That's huge.
Roll those bones, doggy. 10. Midtown. It's still money. Shoo, let's hit the bricks. 8, double, 12. Back so soon. Here's your $200. 5. The Perimeter.
Baggy, baggy! This would buy you a good meal.
Your turn, Iron. Time to put up or shut up. Looks like a 9. Where's that here? Chance, I love surprises. Advance token to nearest utility. If owned, you can buy it from the bank. If owned, throw dice and pay owner a total 10 times the amount thrown. A nickel. Top Hat, it's up to you. 12.
Must they always tax us poor rich people so mercilessly?
5. Back so soon. Here's your $200.
I guess I can afford that.
Battleship, you're out. 8, looking great. Good luck, Horse and Rider. Eater from Decatur. Stone Mountain Park. Roll those bones, doggy. 5. Here's $200 just for looking so good. Tough luck, but you gotta pay. Shoo, let's hit the bricks. 5.
Hey, it could be worse. It could be me.
Your turn, Iron. We got 5. Community chest. Let's look. Income tax refund. Collect $20. You got control of the dice, Top Hat.
Let's have another go at it, shall we?
5. Dunwoody.
Don't I own this? Of course I do. Yes!
You have the dice, Battleship. Looks like a 4 to me. Piedmont Park.
You'll have to do better than that to sink me.
Good luck, Horse and Rider.
Howdy.
Eater from Decatur. Peachtree Road.
That's huge.
We got 10. Druid Hills.
Good. No toll to pay.
Okay, doggy. Good luck. We got 6. Just visiting the jail. Okay, Shoo, roll those dice. 11. Tree Road.
Home sweet home.
Toss those cubes.
This is one hoity-toity hamlet we got here.
Cinco.
Luxury tax. That's allowed.
Top hat, it's up to you. 12. Boxcars.
Fuels, bring up.
9. Anselin Park.
Don't I own this? Of course I do. Yes.
Toss those cubes, Battleship. A nickel. International Boulevard.
You'll have to do better than that to sink me.
Good luck, horse and rider.
So, this is how the rich folk live.
Looks like 7 to me.
That's not a fair fight.
It's over to you, dog. Seven. Community chest. What's it going to be? You have won second prize in a beauty contest. Collect $10. Shoot, let's hit the bricks.
I'm just a soul man.
Looks like a 4 to me. Georgia 400. Good luck, Iron. Both hands, 10. Another turn around the board, another $200. Young Woody, you'll have to do better than that. Niners. Community chest. Let's look. Receive for services, $25. Top hat, roll, and good luck. 6. Downtown connector. Battleship, you're out.
Steady as you go.
All right.
5.
I believe we're almost out of time here.
Piedmont Road.
You'll have to do better than that to
So-
sink me.
Yeah, I think we're about out of time for
You have the
Monopoly.
dice.
For now.
An A-line player wants a trade.
So,
Uh-oh, the trade is canceled.
the trade is canceled. All right.
Looks like a knife.
Here's what we're gonna
Where
do.
does that take us? Here's some easy money. Check.
I will take my
I
turn,
love surprises.
and then we'll be done.
Take a walk on the boardwalk. Advance token to the boardwalk.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Retro Pack 2.
Midtown.
Good. No toll to pay.
Your turn, doggy.
Looks like that's in a whole other language.
We got 10.
Lenovo Think Center.
Vines.
Smells like home to me.
4. Druid Hills.
It's still money.
Shoot. Let's
Alright.
hit the bricks.
So that's all we are going to be able to do.
So,
So
let's
let's go
look
ahead
at
and,
play right here.
well, we're going to go ahead and end the game now. All right. So we are about to transition into the final stage here of this first part of today's show. So let's see, is there anything else? I see WHAS out of Louisville actually did some coverage on actually put together a whole news story on the chemical leak from earlier this morning in West Virginia, which of course prompted those local air emergencies in the first place. All right, so as we get ready to wrap up this first part, let me go ahead and close Lombard here. Take that offline since I will not need it at this time. Now, where did the desktop audio go? There it is. All right, we'll set that to Windows 7 when we are ready to play around with that. Now, what was the idea I had? Oh yeah, this thing. Actually, let's do this one to make it a little better. Yeah, that's good enough. So yeah, let's put Tom and Ben up against this clip. And in the time we have leading up to we're pretty much going to start that almost immediately. All right, here. So again, when we come back tonight, following my evening class, if we're going to take care of the floor, we'll do that. But if not, then I'll probably take care of it on my own tomorrow or save it for the weekend. Well, tomorrow alongside the 5 other shows I'm going to be taking care of, including The Flip Side, Perfect Line, Greatest Average American, Hollywood Squares, America Says, all that good stuff. And then, of course, I'll get back to work with Minecraft tomorrow. So, as I said, tonight, when I get back, we're going to do Yahtzee. We're going to see if Brendan's up for doing No Deal. We'll do the word game. And if we have time, we'll do the scavenger hunt at the end. So, let me see how much power this guy has. Okay, 47%. That's decent enough. But still I'm gonna plug it in for good measure, because I don't know how much life this battery has left since it's last been touched. Let's play around with Phenomena 2 one more time. Let's slow it down a bit. Speed up. Back down. Speed it up again. All right, dinner's being served. Let's give these two some flack. All right. Actually, you know what? I have a better idea than that.
Actually, you know what? I have a better idea than that.
Where's that one clip?
Where's that one clip?
Oh yeah, this one. figure out what it even was anymore. Yeah, that clip from that video I found of Boston Market and how that company declined. Yeah, how they went from like 300 locations now down to just 79, possibly less now. We might play around with this later. Alright. Let's do Phenomena 2 one last time before we go here. One last time, why not? Okay, that's all you get. That's all you get of Phenomena 2. And with that, thanks for joining us for part 1 of our weekly test show. And like I said, we'll be back in, I'd say, hopefully by 8:30 or so, maybe? Maybe sooner? Who knows? We'll see how tonight's class goes. But regardless, we hope to see you then when we do part 2 of our weekly test show, which again will include Yahtzee, Deal or No Deal with Brendan, which, I mean, the next episode of that is long overdue. Yeah, it's at this point long overdue. So, looking forward to that, possibly, but we'll see if he's up for it. But if not, that's all right. Yeah, that, Yahtzee, the word game, we got all that and more coming up on part 2 later tonight. So until then, we hope you have a good rest of your